for watching and for listening. We'll see you next time.
Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Join us as we celebrate 75 years of conservation in our great state. You can invest in Tennessee's wildlife future by purchasing a license at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. That's GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
spot on. Yes.
Is there anyone here wanting to speak on an item that is not already signed up online? Anyone? Okay.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to the monthly meeting of the Knoxville, Knox County Planning Commission. I am Tim Hill, Chair of the Planning Commission, and I'll be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Executive Director of Knoxville, Knox County Planning, Amy Brooks, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I will now ask Mr. DeArmond to call the roll.
Commissioner Huber?
Here.
Commissioner Browning?
Here.
Commissioner Levinson? Here. Commissioner Boyer?
Here.
Commissioner Overton?
Here.
Commissioner Barger is absent. Commissioner Perez?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Higgins? Commissioner Biggs?
Here.
Commissioner Daly is also informed us she will not be here. Commissioner Gill?
Here.
Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Adams?
Here.
Commissioner Hill?
Here.
It's 12 present, sir.
Thank you, Mr. DeArmond. Participating today are planning commissioners as well as planning staff and various representatives of city and county agencies. Planning commissioners are citizens from the city and county who have been appointed by either the city mayor or county mayor. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to the community. Now a word about how discussion will take place. After each item is called, I'll read the staff's recommendation. On certain items, I'll call on staff to comment. At this time, the applicant may address commission or defer his or her opening remarks and allow any opposition to speak first. The applicant and those in support of the applicant will be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. I'll then ask for other comments from the floor. The opposition will also be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. If either side wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, you'll need to reserve time from your allotted 5 minutes. Applicants and citizens who registered to participate and are attending the meeting in person will be asked to come to the podium and share their name and address for the record where their item is heard. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item and have not registered to do so in advance, please raise your hand when the item is read into the record. I will then indicate when it's time for you to speak, and you can approach the podium at that time. You'll be asked to sign in at the podium as well as state your name and address for the record. If the planning decision on any item is appealed and we need to notify you, we cannot do so without your name and address. Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. Speakers should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating comments that have been previously presented to the Planning Commission. Because of the number of items we have before us, groups in favor or opposed to an item have been asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. If you have any items that you would like to make part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org/share, or just give to one of the staff that we have present before us today. Please identify the file number and meeting date in your submittal. I hope all of you have reviewed the agenda package from Planning's website. In addition to the agenda, there's information on the website related to how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. Many of the items we vote on require further action by City Council or County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to the City Council for final action, the applicant or their representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarded to County Commission for final action, particularly rezoning requests, the applicant or their representative must, and I repeat must, be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered, or the case will, at minimum, be postponed. Applicants will be notified of the meeting date. If you have any questions regarding the meeting date or process, contact planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in the order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Huber leads us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father, bless this community. Help to ensure the decisions made this afternoon are fair, legal, and in the best interest of the total community. As always, keep us mindful of the needs of others, especially those who are in sorrow, need, sickness, or any other adversity. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
Next on the agenda are postponement and withdrawal list. I'll read these lists separately. We have no automatic postponements. Under automatic withdrawals, item 15, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item 23, Masana Investments, LLC. Items to be voted on to be postponed, we'll start with the 30-day postponements. Item number 7, Pleasant Village Subdivision. Item number 10, Damon A. Falconeer. Item 14, Hayo Design and Development. Item 35, The Ridge at Neal's Landing. Are there any requests to postpone an item?
Chair, item 14, on behalf of the applicant, we'd like to move that from the 30-day postponement list to the 60-day postponement list.
Item 14,
14.
from 30 to 60. Chair will entertain a motion to postpone items as read for 30 days, and I guess we will be moving item 14 to the 60-day.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll take item under 60 days. I can couple it, I can group it with the 60 days, can I? Oh, it's the only one. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now we're going to, under 60 days, we have a request to move item 14 to 60-day postponement. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion to postpone item 14 for 60 days by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Under 90-day postponements, we have item 32, the farm at Beaver Ridge. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Under withdrawals, we have item 21, Masana Investments, LLC. Item 24, Masana Investments, LLC. Are there any requests to withdraw an item? Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Under tablings, item 5, final plat of Eli Corum subdivision lot 4A-1 and 5A-1. Item 8, car connection, complete auto repair. Chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
We have a motion to table by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have no items to be removed from the table. And we will now, next on the agenda is the consent list, which is composed of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at once to save time. Items are listed in the order they appear on the agenda. And please listen carefully. Once an item as part of the consent list, once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. We often have people wait the entire meeting and they say, we didn't hear item so-and-so, and we say, well, it was on the consent list. So please listen carefully. I would hate for you to stay here the whole meeting and never have an opportunity to speak on it. So here we go. Do we have any recusals?
Yeah, I need to recuse from the consent list, please.
Vice Chair Huber is recused from the consent list. Anybody else? All right. Here we go. On the consent list, item 2, approval of December 12, 2024 agenda. Item 3, approval of November 14, 2024 minutes. Item 6, White Realty and Service Corporation. Item 12, Bradford Evolve Treatment Services, LLC. Item 13, Juan Hernandez. Item 19, Jim Snowden, Knox County Engineering and Public Works. Item 25, Homestead Land Holdings, LLC. Item 28, Ever Arias. Item 31, Benjamin C. Mullins. Item 37, Pebble Creek Subdivision. Item 43, Tim and Winter Manis. Item 44, Batson Himes, Norvell and Poe. Item 45, Richard LeMay. Item 47, Homestead Land Holdings, LLC. Are there any requests to remove an item from the consent list? If not, Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Well, we have a hand raised maybe. Do we have an item that, any request to remove from consent? Please come to the podium, state your name and address.
I may be mistaken. This is my first time.
That's all right.
Item 12B24RZ is not what you're talking about. File number.
Item 26 is not on consent, so it will be heard.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other inquiries, requests, questions? Okay. All right. Let's see. Now, where were we? Okay. Commissioner Levinson made the motion to approve the consent list.
Correct.
And Commissioner Boyer seconded. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. First item on the agenda is item number 9. This is a Level 2 Certificate of Appropriateness review for 3330 West Governor John Sevier Highway. Staff recommendation. We have two, this will require 2 motions. Staff recommendation. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the Level 2 Certificate of Appropriateness request to exceed the permitted disturbance by 1.23 acres within the Hillside Protection Overlay Zoning District. That would be motion 1. Motion number 2, under the special use, approve the request for a building addition and parking structure for a place of worship subject to the 5 noted conditions. All right. Is the applicant present?
I am Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the chapel.
All right. Do we have any opposition? Any opposition? Seeing none, would you like to proceed?
Yes, I know there was a revised recommendation from staff this morning. Previously, when we discussed this at the agenda review, they were talking about doing an equal amount of reforestation with the disturbance. I've gotten with staff and legal counsel, and they've agreed to take away that portion of the condition and recommend the disturbance because it's still within the 3.8 acres that was disturbed by the easements. And so we accept that condition. We still reserve our objections to the hillside protection applying to this property, but that's going to be something that may come up in the future, if at all. So we'll, with that, we would ask that you recommend approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commission? Okay.
Motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
All right, so under motion 1, We've got two motions here, so, okay. This is for the level 2 COA, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that is, we do have a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion on the special use.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve the special use per staff recommendation by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is agenda item number 11. The applicant is Stuart Anderson. Location, west side of Chapman Highway, north of Wrinkle Avenue. Approximate size of tract, 2.08 acres. Zoning is CG2 and hillside protection. The existing land use is agriculture, forestry, vacant land, and commercial. Proposed use is an automatic car wash. Staff recommendation is approve the special use for a car wash in CG2 General Commercial District, subject to the 7 noted conditions. Is the applicant present? We have a recusal here by Commissioner Anderson. Okay, is the applicant present? Okay. Do we have opposition? All right, would you all like to comment first or defer? Okay. All right, opposition, we have, let's see here, case. How about Tammy McCarroll Burrows?
Good afternoon. I am president of the Knoxville Civil War Roundtable.
Ms. McCarroll Burrows, if you'll state your name and address, please.
My name is Tammy McCarroll Burrows. My address is 191 Johnson Drive, Lenoir City, Tennessee, 37771. I am president of the Knoxville Civil War Roundtable. The Roundtable has been established for over 40 years. In that 40 years, we have spent approximately $100,000 in grants and revenues to improve Fort Dickerson and the park, plus numerous man-hours of work. We've been responsible for placing 3 replicas, authentic replicas up there, and every month, my husband and I go up and we help maintain and preserve the park, cleaning up and helping the city maintain the park. My husband, Brian, is the preservation director for the Roundtable. And twice a year, we go up with members and remulch the fort itself and make improvements upon the park. And we have done this giving our own time and working closely with the Legacy Parks and the Aslan Foundation in order to do this. We are opposed to the car wash. We feel that it would be detrimental to the historic value and the entrance to the park.
Thank you. All right, Brian Burrows, would you like to speak?
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Burrows. I'm also at 191 Johnson Drive, Lenoir City, 37771. We have some questions, and one is the road part of the city park? And if it is, why is it being used to further the concerns of a private business? As it has been stated before, we have put 2 of the cannons up there. There are 3. The city was nice enough to put another one up there. There's a retaining wall there that, as has been stated before, cost a considerable amount of money. That was $40,000, and that was 20 years ago. The pavilion is also put up there. the one that's closest to the parking lot, and that was put up there by us. There are several memorial benches to members of the Civil War Roundtable up there. So it's sacred to us. We have, with the Aslan Foundation, we've made improvements at the entrance, and I should say they have. A retaining wall, the circular knee wall that's there, and we would like to have this maintained, as I said, a sacred area. Our concept is to keep knowledge, education, and preservation the highest things that we are concerned with. We have talked with Chris Webster of Parks and Rec, who also has indicated that they have an objection to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tim Vane.
Tim is not here today.
Okay, how about Jim Doncaster?
Yes, sir, that's me. Good afternoon. My name is Jim Doncaster. I live at 6101 Round Hill Lane here in Knoxville, 37912. I am a member of the Knoxville Civil War Roundtable. I am a past president. I'm a founding member. I'm currently on the board, but today I'm speaking for myself alone. Tammy is representing us on behalf of the whole board and the organization. Knoxville at one time was very, very important during the Civil War, and President Abraham Lincoln had a very special place in his heart for East Tennessee. We have lost most of the Civil War fortifications that once ringed the city. Everything north of the city, including Fort Sanders, which was the site of the battle for the city, gave way to urban development 100 years ago. In the last several years, we've been able to save and protect land that was still available south of the river due to the topography. It's been slow to develop. And the Aslan Foundation, the Legacy Foundation, the American Battlefield Trust, and the Knoxville Civil War Roundtable have joined forces to acquire what has become the High Ground Park. That's an Aslan Foundation acquisition that includes Fort Higley, which is a trench work really, and a redan. And Legacy was able to buy land that was threatened with development of condos across there at a place that they call, I think, City Bluff Park. We've always called it Armstrong Hill. And there was a battle there.
Mr. Doncaster, if I'll extend you another minute here, but we are over our time, but if you just be aware of the minute.
Okay, sir. These properties south of the river have been earmarked by the planners of Knoxville Urban Wilderness as part of what is called the Knoxville Battlefield Loop. They begin from those properties I just mentioned. They go up to Fort Dickerson and across to Fort Stanley. Fort Dickerson is the capstone of that. It's a crown jewel of what has been called the Battlefield Loop. This week in Knoxville, we had groundbreaking for a $4.6 million urban wilderness pavilion and welcome center. Now we're talking about cutting into the entranceway to this earthen fort, which is one of the few remaining Civil War sites and the best preserved, one of the best preserved in the country. So I personally am very much opposed to it. Not necessarily to the car wash itself, but to cutting into the Fort Dickerson Road as part of the placement of that car wash. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mr. Burrows, I'm going to take a crack at giving some clarity to your question related to the property being accessed. It's my understanding, it has been explained to me, that when they sold this property to the Aslan Foundation, there was an agreement to retain the rights to access through that area. So it seems to be there were at least two comments about that, and so that's the explanation that I would give you. And if staff wants to weigh in on that, you're free to do so. But
So, for clarification on that, so is Fort Dickerson a city road? Is that accurate? I don't know if that's staff or engineering.
Yes, Fort Dickerson is a right-of-way, a city road.
City right-of-way. Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
no. Okay, would the applicant like to speak?
Shannon Harper, 1119 Scenic Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Our goal of this car wash is to provide a safe car wash for our customers. The site that we would like to use is not a Civil War site or historic site. It is a commercially zoned piece of property that I believe has been vacant for over 10 years. We worked with our civil engineer, Will Robinson, to come up with any other options to avoid having to use the city road. He said that there is no safe way to create a left-hand turn across Chapman Highway without using the red light. 10 years ago, when the Aslan Foundation did the development with the city, they deeded access to Fort Dickerson Road, as you've already mentioned. Any other development would also use that same deeded access to create a safe entrance and exit off the property. Despite all that, we are very more than willing to work with the Civil War Roundtable and with Aslan Foundation to come up with a beautification plan that is very cohesive and fits in with this park. We are very supportive of the parks. I'm a mountain biker. I love the urban wilderness. I go mountain biking at Fort Dickerson all the time. I think it's a lovely site. I love it. And we want to be good partners with the Civil War Roundtable and Aslan Foundation. So.
Thank you for your comments. Commission? Commissioner Higgins.
Did not mean to have my light on.
Vice Chair Huber.
As I'm looking at this on KGIS, so we've determined it is a city road. Looks like it's got about 80 feet of right-of-way at the entrance, but there's even a couple more parcels, looks like 5 acres on up that road that I would probably be more concerned about. I don't know if they can go up Fort Dickerson just a little bit on the right and left of the road, that triangle on the left right there. That's appears to be privately owned also. So I guess I'm all about preserving the history and that type of thing, but I do think we need to keep safety in consideration. And this is a city road, which means you have access to it, a neighboring parcel that they could access on that. So just wanted to point that out, that there's some other potential development could happen further up Fort Dickerson, but just throwing that out there for discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. I'm not exactly sure where to begin because I got a lot to say on this one. So, but I will start with, I don't think anybody is against the actual car wash, or certainly the applicant that's wanting to bring that to South Knoxville. I think they've done really wonderful projects and didn't see anything in the case file that indicated any concern there. What I saw was that engineering had worked to make this possible, and that is engineering's job. Like, how do we figure this stuff out? How do we make it work? But the case that we're supposed to be looking at is a special use. Like, should we do this? Not can we, but should we? And there are 25 comments on this, and we get comments all the time for so many different cases, but every single one of them is against this for reasons, some that have been brought up by opposition today, some that haven't. But if you look at the top of that list, it's historic significance and the preservation of a natural area and a recreation area. We also hear things like that quite often. What we don't see all the time is millions and millions of dollars that have been invested in a specific property to protect it. And that is the Aslan Foundation that has invested to protect Fort Dickerson and to make it something very special and to be something that everyone can appreciate and take part in. And that historic significance has been preserved, as well as the nature and the recreation aspect of it. I too am a mountain biker, and those trails are actually too hard for me, but I do walk on those all the time. There's a quarry behind that area, which has also seen significant investment in the parks and recreation area to make it a special place that people can appreciate. None of these things involve cars. All of them are things that are about people experiencing nature or people experiencing a historic site. Also, that's happening in that very area, Chapman Highway improvements are happening. Finally, I'm very excited about those. But they are focused on bike and pedestrian safety and to make sure that those changes are making that Chapman Highway all the way up to that very intersection less car-centric and more human scale. I do not see how a car wash is compatible with that. And those were some of the comments that were also submitted. So we've got millions of dollars that is private. We have public investment. We have historic organizations that are all saying, we don't want this. We do want development there, but we don't want an auto-centric development there. For all of those reasons, and one more, which is that a matter of feet from this location, there used to be a car wash on the other side of Chapman Highway that was torn down. I'm assuming it was torn down because it was not successful. And now it sits as an empty concrete pad. So while I appreciate the investment and the mountains of work that have gone into this project for its planning, especially from engineering, I do not see how this is compatible with what is there currently and what the vision for that area is. And I would like to make a motion to deny the special use.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Adams to deny the special use, seconded by Commissioner Midas. I would like to question Commissioner Adams that under CG, where are we, CG2 here? Under CG2, there are many car-centric uses by right. So we may have those same no's if we get a Taco Bell with no drive-through, but they could do that by right. So how would you respond to a car-centric by right use?
I'm responding to the case that's in front of me right now, which is a special use for this particular auto-centric designed.
But your basis for that was that it was auto-centric, but there, chances are it's going to be an auto-centric use under CG2, and by right, if not by special use.
If we want to go into hypotheticals,
I'm not going into hypotheticals. I'm using the CG2 under the uses allowed by right. And all I'm saying is, if I'm not saying right or wrong, I just want to, I guess, continue the conversation that if the foundation of that reason is auto-centric, almost the predominant uses in CG2 are auto-centric.
I think what the issue is that we're supposed to be looking at, is this an appropriate place for a large car wash? And I think for the matters that I raised up, which were largely brought up by the community, but also additional ones, it is not an appropriate spot for a car wash.
Commissioner Gill.
Yeah, so I guess I have a few comments to keep the conversation going, Commissioner Hill, since you brought up an interesting point. So in regards to CG2, I will say that I think my interest in planning started with a development that was looking to put a fast food restaurant into a CG2 with the drive-through, and you know what that could be construed as an auto-centric business as well. And I think that the difference is that in fast food restaurants you go in to eat. So if you have human scale building in those regards, you put the building close to the setback, you have entrances that are accessible to pedestrians, you allow families to walk in and access your business. A car wash, the intent of that building and that business is not to have people come in and inhabit the space and utilize the business as a space. It is a place for staff to be while cars are being washed. There is no need for somebody to walk into that business. So at this point, the CG2 designation may have auto-centric businesses, but that's because those people are being transported to a business that then they are interacting with on a human scale. A car wash is for cars, by cars. People don't get out of their car to engage with that, other than if they need to go to the bathroom or purchase a pop from a vending machine. There is a sidewalk that is in the plan, which is obviously, you know, a good thing. But I do share Commissioner Adams' concern with the reason that this is not allowed by right and is in a special use, because this is not a business that is intended to be accessed by humans, by pedestrians. It's intended to be accessed by people remaining in their cars. So whether or not this is appropriate for this site is actually the question on here. Is this is a truly auto-centric business. It would be more appropriate, in my opinion, to be in a CH zone or something that is intended to be entirely on a highway or accessed by cars, in contrast to a business that may be accessed by car, but then once you're there, you're interacting with that space as somebody who's out of their car walking around.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing that Commissioner Gill did regarding auto-centric. I mean, a Taco Bell without a drive-through doesn't seem like something that's as auto-centric as a car wash.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion to deny. Let's take a vote. Oh, Vice Chair Huber.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I just was looking at it, and I think those are great comments by Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Gill. It's in a mixed-use special district, you know, which allows a lot of different things. It is zone CG2, which also allows a lot of things by right, as Commissioner or Chairman Hill had mentioned. It's first off about safety, and we need to get people in and out if they're walking, if they're riding bikes, if they're doing anything, driving in and out of anywhere safely. And as I'm looking at the traffic counts, you know, depending on where you are on Chapman Highway in that area, I mean, it's pushing 28,000 cars a day. That's auto-centric. That's not walkable. It's right at a mile from the downtown core of Knoxville. So it's very close. Now, I would love that if there were sidewalks, and I don't know if there are sidewalks from there all the way over to the bridge downtown, fully linked right now, but I think that will probably come in the improvements that come down through there. To me, the car washes like that, it is definitely car-centric, but it's a convenience. It's there to serve the traffic that's already there. It's not drawing traffic in. It's like you're driving by and go, oh yeah, I need to run through and get my car washed. So you pull in and you pull back out. I think it would be better, safer at the red light versus trying to force it to only turning in and turning out of where the property is. So I just wanted to point out the high traffic level there currently and the safety concern I would have not having it on an already a city right-of-way road at a red light. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Huber. Let's see, Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I've got a question for the applicant, if you want to come to the podium while they're walking up. Is this, I thought I remember hearing something about there being a coffee shop attached to it. Is that the case, staff? Or I guess you can answer that. Is there any other use other than the car wash in the space?
No.
Turn on the mic, just push the button with the little person on it.
Is that better? You hear me now? Yes, so we worked with the city planning, Will Robinson and myself and my sister worked with city planning to incorporate the human scale coffee shop design to meet the kind of direction that Chapman Highway is going. So in the master plan, there is a coffee shop, as you can see, in the northwest corner. It's on there somewhere. But yeah, I've talked to Pierce and Michael Lamaki at K-Brew. We've been banding their idea around about doing a coffee shop, which I think would definitely serve that area, serve the community, also serve anybody that's going to enjoy the park. It'd be nice to have some coffee before you go up into the park or after the park. So that is the plan. The first thing is we got to develop the site first. I mean, the coffee shop alone wouldn't support itself, but the car wash would. Sure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And did you all consider, I only ask this because of the size of the site and how much of it is actually getting used in your plan. Did you consider adding any other uses, like any multifamily or anything like as part of the development?
No, the site was not big enough for that, and that I don't know anything about multifamily development, so I stay in my lane, car stuff. So.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. I'm really torn on this because I do think that this site would be significantly more of a mixed use, a multifamily use, something like that, I think would be significantly more appropriate for the site, especially given the location. However, a few points from some of the comments we've heard. One, I do think that utilizing the existing road right there, if this is approved, does make the most sense. I don't think that really hurts the historic integrity of the rest of the site. I do think that if we approve it, we should consider maybe requiring matching the stone that is on the that's used on that retaining wall and the entrance and everything, just to have more cohesive if we can. But in terms of the use itself, being this close to downtown, I do wish that we were looking at something less car-centric. But I also know that from living downtown, there are not car washes in the downtown area or even down Chapman Highway. Not many options. There's a few self-service options. And one thing I know from experience, and I'm sure is happening here, is people who live in these areas and are in their vehicles around these areas are going out of their way to go to a car wash. So in terms of thinking about, trying to minimize the amount of time that people spend in their vehicles between point A to point B, I do think that having one in a location like this that is heavily traveled and there's not a service, this service does not exist in this area of town, I do think that it could help minimize some of those trips overall in the city. So I disagree with the site is, I think, big enough to have other uses. It seems like there's some space that's not being used and there's always vertical options. But overall, from looking at this one specific use, I want to agree, but I don't fully agree that it isn't appropriate. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
The question about multi-use mixed family, that was one of the comments, you probably saw it as well, that the community around there was saying, this is what we'd really like. But the questioning about the coffee shop, I just want to clarify, and I appreciate that you asked the applicant, but in the case file, and I did follow up with planning staff after agenda review, because that was, that's a compelling sort of component to this to maybe soften that. But it says it's being contemplated. It's not a guarantee. The applicant did say that, they're going to build out a car wash first. And to me, having seen enough of these now after 5 years, sometimes those things just never come to pass. The first part happens and the other part doesn't. So I don't feel comfortable taking the concept of some type of restaurant or coffee shop or something there as something to hold on to soften that. And that's one of the other reasons that I'm voting for denial.
Okay, Commissioner Higgins.
Question for staff, is that something that could be included as a condition?
No, it is not. We can't condition the uses.
Okay.
Okay, everybody clear on what we're voting on? We have a motion, Vice Chair Huber.
I know it's hard to see me over here. No, just to kind of dovetail in on Commissioner Higgins, on the number 7, under the conditions, because I do like that idea. I mean, and I think you can do things and require them to be architecturally tied more to something. I don't know if we can somehow tie it to Fort Dickerson, some of the architecture with it. But certainly, I like maybe a little monument, a small monument or something that kind of ties in with that entrance. But I mean, under number 7 right there with the conditions, it says enter into a memorandum of understanding with the City of Knoxville Engineering for maintaining off-site street trees and shrubs along Fort Dickerson Way. Cost of these improvements will be the responsibility of the property owner. Yeah, I don't know if would you guys be open to the applicant, if Mr. Harper, you could work something in there, or something that helps tie the property in a little bit better to the historical area over there. So I'd be supportive with that condition.
Okay, everybody clear on what we're voting on? The motion and the second is to deny the special use. Here we go. All in favor to deny the special use, say aye. Any opposed? I think the noes have it, but let's take a roll call. Call the roll, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Huber?
No.
Commissioner Browning?
No.
Commissioner Levinson? No. Commissioner Boyer?
No.
Commissioner Overton?
No.
Commissioner Perez?
No.
Commissioner Anderson is recused. Sorry. Commissioner Higgins? Commissioner Biggs?
Yes.
Commissioner Gill?
Yes.
Commissioner Midas? Yes. Commissioner Adams? Yes. Commissioner Hill?
No.
8. That's 8 no and 4 yes.
Motion to deny fails, 8-4. Chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the special use for a car wash in CG2 district subject to 7 conditions, and on the 7th condition, that the owner developer work with the city on some sort of structure that ties into Fort Dickerson Park.
Second. Could I clarify my intent with that? Can whoever's in control of the screen, could you go to street view of this? So if you see all the stonework on the monument and retaining walls, all of that was developed as part of this entryway. I noticed on the plan there's some retaining walls, and I think that just with site related things, and I don't want to get into trying to design anything for them. I like the building design, but my thinking is if they would be okay with trying to match that stone, at least on the retaining walls that they're building, and maybe elsewhere design depending.
Mr. Harper, could I get you to come to the mic, please? they like your commitments on record here, so.
Yes, we'll make a pretty wall.
Yeah,
Match the stone, no problem.
Matching trying your best
Yeah.
to match this stone that's existing there.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I don't want to build something that's looks like a check into cash place in a very pretty area. I want something to match the character of the area that looks nice, because if it looks nice, our customers come in and say, this is a wonderful experience. This is a nice addition to the community, and it looks nice. There's nothing, we don't do anything that doesn't look nice, so.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, and I just think in regards to some of the concerns we've heard around Fort Dickerson, I think if matching this prevailing material that we're seeing in the development, I think that could help making it feel a little bit more cohesive there. So that's my intent with that, if we can
Okay.
somehow.
Vice Chair Huber, let's try to refine.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to approve the special use for the car wash in CG2 up to the 7 conditions, with number 7 not only maintaining and working with the city of Knoxville, but also to do their best to match the existing retaining wall, stone retaining wall in the area for any stone that's used on the building or on the retaining walls.
Second.
I am, but I'm just not clear about it.
Are you, I got another question for you, Mr. Harper. If you could come down, that'd be great. So I did, my fellow commissioner noticed that I added the stone that was on there to the building, not only the wall. If you have stone accents on the car wash itself, you know, if you have a water table or knee-high stone, do you follow what I'm saying?
Oh, you stand like on the side of the, I think our friends at Barb McMurray would probably kill me if I messed with their design intent.
Do they have any stone on the building?
Yeah, there's a pretty good amount of decorative block, and then the metal panels.
Good enough.
You know,
That's okay. No, my fellow commissioners have talked me out of requiring it on the building. So yeah, if we could just do it, do you want me to make the motion again, just to clean it up?
Yeah.
My question is whether you are intending to offer 2 amendments to condition 7. One being the stone and another, you mentioned something about another structure.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, so if you can, I think it'd be good if you could just read that.
All right, we're going to try it one more time. Apologize for the delay. We'll make a motion to approve the special use for the car wash in CG2, subject to the 7 conditions, and adding to the 7th condition that the applicant will try to match the stone on the retaining walls, on any retaining walls or monuments that are used in conjunction with the development.
Second.
I see Mr. Harper there looking, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. So
Okay.
monuments, retaining walls, like landscape features, yes,
Exactly.
yes.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the special use subject to the 7 conditions and expanding the 7th condition to use a matching stone material to tie in the neighboring historic walls, right? Is that what we're, okay, okay. The historic elements that are present. And Commissioner Levinson seconded that. Is that correct? We got that? Are we ready? Okay.
Yeah, apologies to prolong this, and I know where this is heading, but I guess just curious for my own edification. So there's CH2 about 3 miles down the road on Chapman, which is, you know, intentionally auto-oriented zoning. So I guess I'm just still struggling with the fact that, you know, we're trying to kind of, it feels like shoehorn an auto-oriented zone in CG when CH is readily available, like close by. So I guess just curious if anybody can help me.
Be mindful that our old zone was equivalent zone under CG2. CG1, 2, and 3 was C3. We had a commercial highway old zoning designation as well. So those those were all in car-centric locations, but CH was considered more intense, allowed, in that case, I think some outdoor storage was one of the bigger differentiations.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
All right, so here we go. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I think we've got the same, do we have the same 4 noes? Is that fair to say? Okay, is that right? Okay. Motion passes 8-4. Thank you. Yeah. All right, next on the agenda is item 16. This is a middle housing denial, so this would be an appeal of an administrative decision. Okay, yes. Which was to deny part of a middle housing application, which was case number 10-E-24-MH, to construct a new stacked 22-foot by 24-foot duplex with internal garage at the rear of the property behind the existing structure at 1214 Callaway Street. Administrative denial reads as follows. The project as presented in the attached application does not meet the applicable standards per Knoxville City Code, Appendix B, Zoning Code, Article 4.6. The second primary structure does not meet the required front setback, which is refers to Article 4.6.C.3, required interior side setback, Table 4-4, nor the intent of the middle housing standards, Article 4.6, which states it's intended to promote the development of neighborhood scale housing forms which are compatible with existing housing in the surrounding area. Article 4.6.E.4 states to generate new middle housing buildings that are similar in footprint, height, and setbacks with the existing neighborhood. All right. Yes, I'd like for Executive Director Brooks to make some comments here, please.
Right, this may be unnecessary, but I just want to make sure that this is clarified for the record. So both of these administrative appeals that you're about to hear are for a portion of both of these applications. So there are approvals associated with these applications as well that you are not hearing today, which are the conversions of the house that sits at the front of the property. So I just wanted to provide that clarification.
So the house in front is approved? Okay, all right. Okay, I see the applicant is present, are present. Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, Mr. Bartholomew, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you.
State your name and address, please.
Thank you. Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37921. This is a discussion that started on February 21st, one day after MMH went into effect. At the time, Mr. Marlowe sent an email to many of those in planning, zoning, plans review, and the administration asking a variety of questions on how the new law would be interpreted on this particular lot. This culminated with an in-person meeting with staff on May 29th. Staff had multiple issues with that meeting, and we tried to address them. Single-family houses are not allowed in MMH, so Mr. Marlowe turned the existing houses into duplexes. We are not allowed to mix missing housing types, such as no duplexes with a triplex, so Mr. Marlowe designed them all as duplexes. Staff did not like the multiple structures on the lot, but they acknowledged that in an RN3 and RN4 it was permitted, so Mr. Marlowe rezoned the property. If you'll recall at the rezoning, this plan that's before you was discussed. Multiple variances were also required because these are small lots of record, all of which Mr. Marlowe received. This has taken months to figure out, many redesigns, and even many more meetings. And at each meeting, Mr. Marlowe expressed what his goal was, and staff opposed it, which they have the right to do. The last points of disagreement with the staff are what's being appealed today. Staff says the intent of the MMH does not allow multiple structures on a lot. and they are interpreting a setback requirement as a build-to line, and I disagree with those. This particular site has had more meetings, public and private, than most large-scale developments. At most of those meetings, Mr. Marlowe has been encouraged to tear down the house and build a fourplex since that's the path of least resistance. I have even told Mr. Marlowe that he should tear them down, and each time someone says this, even with in-site or on-site meetings, Mr. Marlowe laughs it off and says, "I've saved worse in that area." The intent of MMH is to provide housing types that were outlawed during the exclusionary zoning practices. Today, we ask for an interpretation that only you on commission can settle. And approval of this appeal will allow housing for all classes of people, and it's why I'm hopeful that Mr. Marlowe will be allowed to build his project. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Marlowe to talk about it in detail.
Hi, R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921. So as Mr. Bartholomew explained, I've been diligently working on this project since February. I had demolition permits revoked because these were on a National Historic Registry, which I was unaware of at the time. And I have expended a lot of effort and time and money to find a way to save the houses. And really the only way to do so is to find additional square footage and revenue to justify the construction loan. And I've done that in this proposal, which in my understanding, and I think a layman's interpretation of the missing middle article, checks every box. I save historic homes, I save mature trees, I increase density responsibly in a manner that's consistent with historic growth patterns of Mechanicsville, and I place parking and utilize the alley. Before you is two parcels. I mean, if I think of them as all together, but if you recall, there was a third one that this commission approved of rezoning to RN4. City Council, upon second reading, kind of shocked me and denied that. It's actually smaller than either of these two lots by 5 feet. And under base zoning, the BZA documents I passed out shows that I've got the BZA variances awarded to build the exact same structure on an RN2 lot. So it can be done under base zoning, the same structure. The only difference, no one can live in it. So to me, if missing middle has any intent, it's to increase housing options. The argument that this doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood is totally false. I think it's fabricated to extend a NIMBYism type of objection, because I just demonstrated by getting the BZA approval that I can build the same exact structure under base zoning, but I can't let anybody live in it. Planning staff's report also mentions that this doesn't comply with historic development pattern in Mechanicsville. They direct you to the 1917 Sanborn map. That would be page number 92. On it, directly across the street, Callaway was named Chambers back then, or Chalmers. Directly across the street is Middle Alley. It's labeled Middle Alley. There are over 12 dwelling units that front that alley. In fact, this very alley, at the opposite end, behind 1106 University, it's addressed, is a single-family home that I own that is on the alley, less than 2 feet off the alley. And just for comparison, I've got to scale a little model here. What you see is the two before you, but this is the RN2. It looks almost identical. It has very similar lot coverage and building coverage. And I'm allowed to build that now after a trip to BZA. But I'm not allowed to let anyone live in that small building back by the alley. Please tell me how we're advancing housing. I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. All right. Commission? Yeah.
Could we just get clarification on the able to build but not able to let anyone live there comment?
So I got it approved as an accessory structure. It's a detached garage with storage above it. It's currently in plans review for permitting, but with the BZA variances of lot coverage, impervious, or building coverage, impervious coverage, and a 3-foot setback, which these that are before you have a 4-foot side setback, I'm allowed to build essentially the same building. It's actually 8 inches wider, so it's slightly larger, maybe 25 or 30, 50 square feet on two floors.
Commissioner Gill.
Yeah, so I guess I have a couple of comments, but I'd like to get some clarity on the definition of front setback. I think a lot of this is hinging on planning saying that a front setback is a build-to line, whereas our applicant who's appealing is saying a front setback is how far you set back from the road. What
Ms.
is...
Crockett, would you like to comment?
Sure. So I will say the city zoning department is also the enforcer of the code here. So their input is also relevant, but the front setback requirement, the interpretation here is hinging on the fact that they shall be the average of the block face plus or minus 5 feet. So the use of the word shall there, when you go to Article 2.1, Rules of Interpretation, the terms must, shall, and will are mandatory, while the word may is permissive. So that's where that interpretation is coming from.
Commissioner Gill, this is easily confusing, and it took some extra time for me, and I'm still equally confused after much explanation. But Ms. Crockett, I had a conversation with her yesterday, and I think it's important to kind of look at these, the base zoning, the development in it separate from the middle housing and not kind of interchange. So under the base zoning, I guess you do look at the primary structure must be the average or behind a certain setback, right? Under the base zoning. Any primary structure, right? Is that correct?
It depends on the zoning district.
On the one that he, RN4, is
So
that
in
right?
the RN4, the front setback is 10 feet or the average of the block face, whichever is less. Is that your question?
Okay. And so is that looked at identically to the middle housing program? When he's trying, okay, so it's not. So it's very different, or it's different, and we can't intermingle the two is what I was trying to do at one point to try to get this thing to see if it would fit. But continue on, Commissioner Gill.
That is as clear as mud, I must say.
Yeah, that's where I am with it.
I'm still struggling with understanding why a setback is also a build-to. I mean,
Well, you don't want to have, the best example is you don't want to have buck teeth along a block face. It would be one reason, okay? So you don't want, the zig and zag.
Sure, and I can grasp that, but I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the concern here is that the primary structure, the house that is currently standing already meets a front setback. The concern here is that they're the secondary structure that is being built, which is allowed as under the RN4 that we approved, doesn't meet the front setback because it is not at the front of the building because there's already another building there. So what we're saying is yeah, you can have structures, but you can't have structures because I guess I'm confused as to how that is being
So
designed.
to respond in a confusing way, I think that's in the middle housing, not the RN4, where they look at the setback requirement. Okay, so if you went to RN4, Ms. Crockett, jump in, please, at any time.
Well, that's correct. And I'd also note that the Article 4.6.g, which includes administrative variations, variances, and appeals, does allow the applicant to seek variances for front setback requirements. So the applicant has already sought variances for other elements of the middle housing standards for projects on the same block. However, we'd also recognize that the primary basis for the denial is not meeting the intent of the middle housing standards. So the reason that these front setback requirements are confusing is because the middle housing standards, our first round of these, as we've discussed, were written to address, primary structures, infill construction, primary structures on that lot. So the front setback requirement would apply there to be in line with the block face.
Yeah. Thank you. So I guess that neatly brings me to my next kind of, I guess I'll make a comment, is that this has become a bit of a frustrating issue. We have had multiple meetings at this point. We brought it up in the November meeting about how we're as Mr. Bartholomew said, we allow under missing middle up to 4 units, a quadplex in a lot, which is a fairly imposing use, and some have suggested that we allow that to be broken up. We had a conversation about that, how we were going to review that, of what's the difference between 2 duplexes and 1 quadplex. And here we are in a situation where not too long ago, we tried to solve that problem, so to speak, as a body by allowing the applicant to rezone a property from RN2 to RN4 such that he could use primary structures, one which I objected to at the time for this exact reason that we're now sitting here before. And here we are yet again having a conversation about why he can't put these 2 structures on here. And now we have a lot that is now RN4, 2 side by side, which he could bulldoze and put whatever he wants up that is a significantly higher use case, and he continues to try to make it work within the middle housing guidelines. So I have to express some frustration that we're yet again dealing with an appeal or trying to make missing middle work for a use case that either it is not intended to be used for, in which case we need to move on, or is not meeting the intent that the body that we are sitting here has insinuated multiple times. So that's all. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Commissioner Midas.
I agree with Commissioner Gill. I think by approving the RN4, we're in this situation. I feel like the applicant has an idea of what he wants, and he's trying to make it work and creating a lot more work for himself and staff. I don't see that as keeping with the character of the neighborhood. If he wants to keep the first 2 of the primary structures, which he is allowed under missing middle, I am in complete agreement, and that has already been approved. I do not think that that is appropriate, especially in the middle of a neighborhood where there's no surrounding RN4. It's not on a corner. I'm going to make a motion to approve staff's denial of, well, I guess there wasn't a recommendation, but I'm make a recommendation to deny the request.
The appeal?
The appeal request.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Midas to deny the appeal, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. And we still have more discussion here. So let's go with Commissioner Overton.
Thank you. I guess I'm a little confused. I guess we're all confused. That'll be the theme of this one. If you can have multiple structures in RN4, right? Then you have a property that's RN4 within, or it is in such a way that missing middle applies. Now, even though you can have multiple structures in RN4, we're saying that you've now got a setback requirement that virtually makes that not feasible. So now because of an I don't know what it is.
In middle housing.
In middle housing. So now because it's in middle housing, which is intended to allow more development and more housing units and more flexible standards to increase places for people to live. Now you're saying that if this wasn't in the area in which we intended to have increased density, it would be allowed because you can have multiple structures, but because it's in missing middle, the setback requirements make it such that you can't have it. You can't have it, right?
That's right. That's exactly right. But again, it takes, it took me a long time. I'm still getting there. I think RN4 was intended to be a little more intense, and then with conforming lots. And so this would be is this a non-conforming lot? Well, it would be a non-conforming lot. So I think the rub there is, or the differentiation is, we're dealing with a non-conforming lot. And then I guess could they go to BZA and seek some additional variances under RN4? Yes, Director Brooks.
If you don't mind, I'll just say a couple words, and maybe Ms. Crockett also wants to weigh in. But so the applicant doesn't have to pursue this development under middle housing standards. That is an option. It's not a requirement just because that it's allowed in this particular land use classification. They can pursue development under the RN4 standards. I think the challenge is what you all are struggling with, and it's a new new standards, new part of the code, is the mixing of the two. That was never the intent, was to mix the two standards together. Obviously, so I think that maybe that's one of the challenges that we're seeing here. And so again, middle housing is not necessarily about the density, but it's more about the relationship. It is intended to allow more intensity on a site, but it's more important about the relationship to the street that it has. That's how our standards are currently developed. Ms. Crockett, is there anything you want to add?
Oh, I'm with you. I mean, I think that, I don't think what you said is silly. I just think that the outcome is a little bit silly. I think that if the intent of missing middle is to have allow duplexes in some, density or, the dimensional standards and things like that, I think that my opinion is that it's a little bit of a stretch to say that another duplex on a lot wouldn't fit the intent of a optional standard that allows more duplexes and quadplexes. That doesn't follow for me. I personally would be fine with this, but given my obvious confusion on some of the dimensional stuff, I'm happy to listen to other people.
Commissioner Gill?
So we just said that under RN4, could he build this completely outside of the missing middle, or now he runs into the fact that
With a
it's
conforming
non-conforming
lot, if he meets the dimensional standards, right, or with variances.
Thank you.
Commissioner Biggs?
I just had a question kind of about the, character of the neighborhood. One of staff's points was that the structure, didn't meet the missing middle intentions to promote development and character with the surrounding neighborhood, and referenced the Sanborn map. And I know Mr. Marlowe referenced that actually, for his review of the Sanborn map, there are structures facing the alley that were for residential use on the Sanborn map. And I'm just curious from staff's perspective if we agree with that or contest that, and if that is true that historically there were residential structures on the alley, would that change the recommendation at all?
No, the maps were reviewed when the determination was made. Yeah.
So we don't agree that there were residential structures?
No, there were residential structures. The applicant is actually showing, the section that he's indicating is one small named alley that was a little wider, closer to a street, but it does have some residential structures facing the alley in that pocket.
Okay.
They are no longer extant.
God, maybe my confusion
15.
is that there's a statement in here that says residential structures were not constructed fronting the alleys in the street's historic pattern of development.
Yeah, that's largely the case, but he does have one block shown there on the screen.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Commissioner Boyer?
Okay, so if we go back, so this is what can happen to a law, right? This is what can happen in the legislature. This is what can happen when you're reading regulations. We can start here with this great intent, and then we can pardon my French, bastardize it, that it now turns into some growing object on its own, that the entire conversation herein, and the one I missed in November apparently, continues this. Obviously, an individual who is passionate about what he's doing is trying to make something work, but we're not. It's at some point, right? If we have to go to this many contortions to make something work, and I also heard our executive director mention other variances which have already been sought and approved, or sought and are under review for this same property. So how many machinations have we already gone through? Okay, at some point you have to say, and this is why I was quick to second Commissioner Midas's motion that's still on the table right now. It's to say we're going, a lot of minds around this table are confused. So this is not the way to go forward with big decisions that then set precedents, which then we're all going to look at next month and go back and refer to. So this is where I am. Doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. Look at the primary structure. Does not fit the intent. We have to look in line of block faces. Numerous variances already. All these statements lead me to support the motion to not go forward with this particular. It's what's happened is you've raised a tremendous point that this body does need to work more, perhaps outside and in a public meeting of another
at another time, but this isn't where we need to make good decisions based on this set of facts. That's why I support Commissioner Mindas's motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. The first thing that I'm perplexed, confused by, if I understand correctly, we're saying that the requirement of 46C3A front setbacks is a build to requirement. Is that what I'm hearing correctly? Because it uses the word shall?
Yes.
Okay. But when I go to the definitions of, in Article 2, a front setback is the required minimum distance per zoning that a building must be from the lot line. Skipped a few words to keep it simple, but minimum distance from. If what I don't understand is why we're interpreting the front setback as a build-to zone, because the language, I understand that it says shall be average of block face, but that's just front setback. And if you have a front setback of 25 feet, that doesn't mean that you have to build your building at 25 feet, correct? So
Unless there's additional language that says you have to, the average of basically your neighbors to be in line.
Well, my understanding is that even when it says, because we have a few of those in some of the RN districts, let's see.
EN would be one.
EN for sure. So for example, RN4 says 10 feet or the average of block face, whichever is less. If you're in RN4, you can still build 30 feet away from the front property line, even if all of the neighbors are 5 feet from the property line. That doesn't require you to be close to the average of block face.
What's the provision that says primary structure in lieu with the block face of the primary structure? Where does that fit in? To your question?
I'm not sure.
I might be, I don't know if it's okay if I weigh in, just to kind of answer that. I think the difference is that under RN4, when you're looking at the tables within the dimensional standards, it's a minimum setback, whereas in the middle housing standards, it just says front setback shall be the average of the block face. It doesn't say a minimum front setback. It's missing that minimum word.
But the definitions for setbacks are minimum.
Right, and I think too, whenever you have two parts of the zoning ordinance that are in conflict, it's typically the most stringent that applies. There's a part, I guess cities, plans, review, and inspections could probably find a section within here that says that, but that's typically what happens when you have two conflicting areas of the zoning code. The more stringent is what rules.
Well, I don't see what the conflict is, because we have
I can help explain this real quick.
Build to zone in
Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
In the middle housing standards that has that language of plus or minus 5 feet, that's where the build to zones come in. In the EN and the RN1 zones, they have the same language. You have to be within, and there's an average along the block face, and the house has to be plus or minus of that average. This is the same language. You have to build within that build to area plus or minus of the average of the block face.
So the way zoning currently enforces RN1 and EN, you're saying is that they treat that plus or minus, when there is the plus or minus 100% of the time, becomes a build to zone?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have that defined anywhere in the code?
I don't know if it's their policy, it's their determination. So we went through this early on when the new zoning code was adopted, and the determination has been that that is a build to zone.
Okay. I think what bothers me about this is I don't necessarily think that the applicant, at least in regards to this, is necessarily creating complexity, I think that there's a somewhat vague situation set up in the code, and the interpretation of that is not written anywhere. So it makes complete sense to me for someone to look at that and read that it is a setback and believe that because we have in the definitions, we have setbacks and we have build to zones, to read setback and assume that that means setback and not assume that it means build to zone. So I think if there's a complexity or a problem here, I think it's a lack of clarity within the code.
But if it's written, as I understand Mr. Reynolds, if it was written identically as EN and RN1, I don't think we've ever had any confusion under those zonings.
Perhaps.
That I'm aware of.
I think.
We haven't established policies, what I'm trying to communicate here.
And I think there is definitely pattern, history of how that's been interpreted in the past that could be looked to. I think that it's rare probably to run into a situation where you, in those two zones where you are offsetting that much. So I think that probably doesn't come up very often. That said, I do think that needs to be, we should probably add that into the definitions of the code and rules of measurement. However, with that said, when we have build to zones, if there's more than one principal structure, do all of the principal structures on that property have to meet the build to zone?
So in the RN1 and EN, you can only have one principal structure per property, so it doesn't really apply. In other zones, like the commercial zones, where there is a build-to zone, there is a build-to zone percentage as well. And so X percent of the building width has to be within the build-to zone. So as long as that percentage of building width is within the build-to zone, then you're fine. So you could potentially have another building behind. In the residential zones, there's no build-to percentage per se. It's just as long as part of the structure is within that setback, that build-to area, then you're fine.
And I think Commissioner Higgins is probably wanting more specifically as you compare RN4 to the middle housing program, if you would remark on that.
Yeah, so RN4 just doesn't have a build-to zone. It has a minimum setback, but it doesn't have a build-to zone, so you can build multiple structures wherever you need to, as long as you're outside of the setbacks.
And I understand that this is worded in a way that it is saying that, I'm trying to get back to 46C, front setbacks in middle housing shall be the average of block face, which with middle housing types, I do think, I understand the point that, yes, they don't have to build a middle housing type here. That is optional. But I know that as we discussed on Tuesday, the middle housing standards don't prohibit more than one principal structure on a site, as long as, with the underlying zoning. So I'm having a hard time I think that because of how things are written and maybe the lack of some clarity within the code, it seems to me somewhat appropriate of them to come to the conclusion that they can build this through middle housing. And especially with it being not uncommon historically for there to be multiple structures on sites facing alleyways, and we see that a lot in historic areas. So I'm going to have a hard time voting to deny this because I think that if anything, the interpretation that would be denying it is based off of an unwritten interpretation, and I think that it's hard for me to justify following something like that.
Thank you. Commissioner Gill.
I share Commissioner Higgins' confusion and frustration with this process. I also agree with Commissioner Boyer that this is a direct result of us trying to, and this is not directed to Commissioner or anyone individually. When we rezoned this from RN4, the applicant did not make it a secret that this was the intent, and several of us brought this up from the beginning, that this was the inappropriate way to try to address this, this process, that it needed to be done through the middle housing guidelines. And it's very clear that RN4 does not mix with the missing middle. It was never intended to be applicable to RN4. It's missing setbacks with minimum setbacks with build to lines that don't exist. As Commissioner Hill pointed out, those things are not intended to mix. They don't mix. They are causing a problem. But at this point, we have approved a zoning change with a project. We, as a body, allowed that to go forward. It went to the body city council. It also was passed there. We've had multiple variances. All of this to try to make a project work, which I will go on record as saying I approve and I like the project. And though I objected to it at the time, it was more to the process, not necessarily the project itself. So at this point, we're faced with a dilemma of, do we just scrap all of this and move on, or do we try to continue to shoehorn and make this work for the applicant who has been put through the ringer to try to make a project work that, in my opinion, does meet the character of the neighborhood? I've walked around there extensively. There is no doubt that houses are very close together. They're very tight on alleyways. This meets the character of the neighborhood just fine. He is trying to do something that meets the character of the neighborhood, and he's gotten the work up. And at this point, we're now trying to deny or appeal something that should have never come up to begin with. So I am in favor of the project. I am probably not going to, even though I would like to see this appeal approved, I don't think that it should be denied based on the way that it does. I think we need to scrap the process and start over at this point. This needs to be addressed through the missing middle guidelines, full stop. And regardless of the outcome today, I hope commissioners, as well as other developers in the public, look at this process and recognize that the workaround is not to try to upzone within the city limits in missing middle to try to get around doing a different project. This is the knock-on effect when we upzone things to try to get around regulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill. Commissioner Midas.
I'll try to be brief. I agree. I do remember when this came before us for RN4 that this was the concern of staff in approving this RN4. So I do feel like the applicant understood what was going to happen. And I understand your frustration, Commissioner Higgins. In going through this rezoning for the city of Knoxville, I do understand that the code administrator is a pretty valuable part of this zoning ordinance. And not everything is so clear-cut that's the importance of this role and being able to interpret the zoning, because not everything is black and white written in the zoning ordinance. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Overton.
I'm back with another question. Is it fair to say, I understand that there's an interpretation that is used based on the language shall be the average of the block face, which to me is a measurement. That interpretation is not written down anywhere. That is just, whose interpretation is that?
It's Peter Aaron's interpretation, and we can find out if they have they do write down policies and get them in writing. I don't know if that's in writing. I assume it is, but that's, yeah.
Well, because my thinking here is that if a lot of people can look at this, I think everybody up here is pretty smart, and come to different conclusions, that to me justifies that or suggests that there are reasonable people can interpret how this is written differently. So am I wrong in thinking that there is a fair interpretation where this would be allowed, and we're just giving the presumption of correctness to the codes department's interpretation of it, but there's another fair interpretation? Or is the other interpretation where this would be allowed like patently incorrect? Does that make sense? Like,
Director Brooks, would you like to take a crack at that?
I don't know if Commissioner Overton, I can answer that question specifically, but again, so we're talking about trying to utilize the middle housing standards. You can still utilize the RN4 standards. I think there was a significant amount of public input that went into developing the middle housing standards, and some of the concern I think that is coming up today and has been is perhaps over intensification, things that might be falling out of utilizing middle housing to create development that might not be in character with the existing neighborhood. There is standards that are still yet to be drafted that we've talked about fairly extensively, like the cottage courts, where a project like this might fall into. We just haven't had a chance to draft them yet. We haven't had the standards for long enough. It is on our work program to do, but we just haven't had a chance to get to it. So again, some of this is kind of the growing pains of that. I don't think I'm answering your question, but I just want to make sure that I got that out there in terms of, yes, we recognize there's still work to do with middle housing standards, and there's other options that could be put into play that would address some of the applicants' interests in terms of development.
thank you. I think my larger point really is that as I agree with what Commissioner Boyer is saying, I think that there's another perspective as well, that relying on seemingly unwritten interpretations of a body that isn't here to speak on it and give their recommendations and reasoning behind their interpretation, I think that can be equally as dangerous in how this body interprets the code and applies it to the property and the private citizen and their property. And so if there is a reasonable interpretation where this would be allowed under the code as it is written, then I think that reasonable minds can differ, and we shouldn't necessarily just give deference to the interpretation of someone that isn't even here.
Am I understanding that you want more clarity from the building code department?
I'm just saying that, like, I'm saying that the way I read this, and I was telling Nick, I printed it out and was highlighting stuff on my desk in like a, old school. To me, there's a reasonable way where this could work. Now, I understand that there may be a policy that we're going to interpret this language in a specific way, but that policy is not written in the code. It's not codified. There's not a regulation. We haven't seen the policy. The person who evidently implements this policy has not spoken or given their rationale as to why they came up with that interpretation. And so my point is that if the code says something and reasonable minds can differ as to what it says and how that would be applied to a specific property, then it's equally as dangerous to try to force something to fit. It's equally as dangerous to rely on unwritten interpretations it's just this amorphous thing out in the ether, right? Where we have a code and our job is to interpret the code as it's applied to this specific property. So if reasonable minds can differ, then we shouldn't necessarily just rely on the interpretation of like a ghost at this point,
How amorphous is this that we're referring to? Are we comparing apples to apples as far as how long we've used this or the reliability of this?
Yeah, I mean, the reason why it's worded this way is because it has been vetted by the city's zoning chief building official. So, I mean, we're using the language that they have used for other zones to create this build-to zone for residential lots. So that's why it's worded the way it is. It's because it's been deemed the appropriate path or appropriate way to do it. Okay. And if you think about it, when it says plus or minus on a setback like that, you're not establishing a front setback line if it says plus or minus. So you are creating an area for which the setback is. Could it be worded better? Maybe, but it is what it is. It's a zone of the front setback, and it's been interpreted that it does create that established area where a house is supposed to be built. So.
I want to ask this, and I think, Commissioner Higgins, you may know the answer. So are we saying that if the word minimum was in the zoning code in front of setback, that we're pretty clear that we could do what the applicant wants? Is that right?
Well, so that's already in the language for setbacks. The part that is, I guess, unclear is that we have in Article 2, under definitions, we have a build to line, or a build to zone, a build to line, and setbacks. Build to zone and line are both a maximum setback. Well, setback itself is written as a minimum setback. And so what they're saying is that when there's a plus or minus, the city's zoning enforcement interprets that as a build to, which isn't written.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Overton and Commissioner Higgins that there's definitely an interpretation of this that would allow this use, and this isn't the only case we're going to see today where there's, I guess, some ambiguity in the zoning code, but it's who gets to decide outside of, I mean, what guidance did, and I guess we've had some input on this from Mr. Reynolds, but who got the guidance to decide that we're going to interpret a setback as a build to?
The chief building official, that's his role. And I go back to what I would call longstanding policy of RN1 and EN. You know, you do have a setback, but there's also additional conditions to that setback. It's not necessarily setback or build to, but it's additional conditions to the setback, whether it be the average block, the block face, basically your neighbors. So, there appears to have been no confusion under the policy in the past.
Okay.
Commissioner Higgins.
So, I wish that Mr. Rail or Mr. Ahrens were here to be able to speak to this, but in EN and RN1, if you have a site, parcel with no block face, so meaning there's no other houses on that block, what is your, can you put your house 50 feet from the property line?
Yes, the minimum front setback applies. The first house that was built on that block establishes the average setback for the rest of the houses on that block.
But if it's considered a build to, wouldn't it have to meet?
It's not a build to until a house is built on that block.
Okay.
Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, I guess I was just going to go back. I do wish that Mr. Ahrens was here. You know, that role of code administrator is written in the zoning ordinance. It was passed, and that he has that right to interpret this zoning ordinance and each application that comes before, this body or any other body that comes before planning staff. And, he has the knowledge of what's been passed before and that what's applicable for middle housing standards. And I think that, by us questioning it, we have a right to question it, but I think there's a lot of knowledge for all these applications that he's reviewed that goes into making these decisions that we rely on, and that the city voted for this, when the zoning ordinance was passed. So,
Director Brooks, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do, really quickly. So I just want to Commissioner Midas's point. So in section 14.4 of the zoning code, it says that the zoning administrator has the following powers pursuant to this code, and 14.4C is to make final decisions on zoning interpretation applications. So I think what the question before you all today is whether or not this meets the middle housing standards.
Commissioner Browning.
I think we got way too much gray matter around this body. A lot of really, really smart people. But at the end of the day, this guy's got a piece of property that's zoned. And he said it himself. He can build the houses, but he can't build the houses, all right? So really, we just need to decide if we're going to give him that appeal or not. And we need to vote on it.
And after that, we can all sit around and have a roundtable discussion on how we might want to, change this or amend it, in the future.
I do just want to point out one thing, though. Interpreting what the zoning code means when there's a defined term, I don't think a defined term should need to be interpreted. So, leave it at that.
I would just,
Commissioner Higgins.
One last comment, because I agree. The question is, does this meet the standards of missing middle or middle housing types? And from everything that our code says as written, I believe it does, if you look at these definitions. So if we're being told that the common interpretation of plus or minus means this, what I would really want to hear how often, or if in the past, they've actually had to enforce that plus or minus. And the reason I ask that is again, with EN and RN1, in both of those cases, it is clearly written with a minimum. So I'm curious how often someone is trying to go beyond that 10 feet of average of block face, and zoning has said, nope, you can't do that. If we had, that would certainly make me more comfortable in going with an interpretation that isn't written, if there is a number of cases where that's actually happened. And in my experience, typically people are trying to get maybe not as close to the street as possible, but a little bit closer so that they can have more backyard. So I don't.
I can think of one in particular on Sherwood Drive.
Exactly.
Where they had to push the house back because of a sinkhole condition. So, they could get a variance for that.
And there has been one in the last 3 months, also on Sherwood Drive, where they had to pull the house forward.
But that would be past the minimum, correct? So do you know if that one, where they went beyond the
It would
average of block
require a
face?
variance, and it went considerably beyond the average of the block face.
It did require a variance,
Yes.
or, okay. Okay,
That's a hardship.
What's that?
That's a hardship, right?
yeah.
Yes. Commissioner Gill.
This will be the last thing I say on this, just promise. Sorry. I have to bring up that we've had an extensive conversation about whether or not we should be interpreting language that has been a direct result of a missing middle being inadequate to address the needs that we've had. We've heard from Director Brooks that there are these standards that are going to be written that could address this problem in the future. Last meeting, we discussed how we would like to see that coming in February at that 1-year mark. We clearly have a lot of work to do to ensure that that missing middle guideline actually addresses these issues. So whether or not this should be interpreted or defined is only being a problem because missing middle is being applied to an upzoned property that we probably shouldn't have done in that regard to begin with. So whether or not to approve this here today or not seems to be a precedent-setting matter in the sense that if we're going to address this with cottage missing middle standards that we hope to write, this will be allowed by right. There won't be an there won't be any interpretation necessary because it'll be distinguished within that code that is yet to be written. And at that time, I really hope to see this project and the applicant be able to do so. I hate that we're, in my personal opinion, we're not addressing that today, but we are going round and round about a particular legal definition of something that shouldn't even have been a question because the missing middle guidelines shouldn't be applying to an RN4 because that wasn't the avenue that we discussed. So whether or not we approve or deny the appeal today is kind of irrelevant to this project. I think we need to address this personally, and I would say that I would like to see this addressed in missing middle, not today with an appeal or not. For that reason, I think I will be on record as saying I will like to deny the appeal with the intent to allow or to see it addressed through the missing middle guidelines that we should be hopefully updating here in February.
Commissioner Gill, I welcome any correction on this particular comment, but I don't think this would be allowed in cottage court. There's a certain orientation that's required in other standards under cottage court.
I understand, but
Okay.
I'm not sure the applicant hasn't attempted to build a cottage court on this lot because this is the avenue that he's been taken. I don't know if Mr. Marlowe, if there was an option to do it as a cottage court, if that was a standard that you'd be willing to adjust this plan at that time, but that might be a hypothetical at this point.
I've adjusted the plan numerous times, trying to clear every hurdle that planning staff threw at me. This, as of our meeting in May that Mr. Bartholomew referenced before, I was told would work, which is what set in motion the rezoning, and now I'm bamboozled because had the missing middle been written, instead of saying the front setback, see the term setback, front setback is defined in Article 2, and it discusses this minimum that Commissioner Higgins was talking about. If this was the intent of missing middle when it was written and put into practice, that term should have been written into the missing middle as the build-to zone for the front. That's, if it was written that way, I never would have proposed this. This was only dreamed up because the term was defined in the missing middle, Article 4.6, as a front setback. Then you look in Article 2 point something. In fact, I never knew this issue was going to come up. The first time I ever dreamed of this issue was when former Commissioner Shelso spoke against me at the rezoning. But he has privy to private conversations, I assume. I had no idea because I just read it plain language,
Mr.
front setback.
Or Mr. Marlowe, let's get back to commission discussion here.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. I share your frustration with this. Unfortunately, it seems to be a matter of we need to clean up how we're applying some of these things, and it's clear that you've been stuck in the middle on this. However, I think that this is going to be better addressed through the missing middle guidelines.
Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I'm really struggling for all the reasons that everyone has stated. And I just want to say I very much appreciate what staff has been doing with these cases. I don't feel that they are ever trying to obstruct. They really are trying to get things right. And so this has been a very healthy discussion. And I feel like I keep coming down on wanting to get the missing middle correct, that there's been an effort to do that, a very intense effort to do that, and we have all of these things. And the concern is that I come back to is the process that we're looking at for this particular case. I'm not against housing. I'm not against this idea. It's the process that if we're doing one off, two off, like what does that do? And that's really what planning is here for, is to try and guide us to make sure that we have some really solid things that we can look to. And this one is still squishy. We've got some things to work on. But because this is not the greatest place to find those perfect solutions, I agree with Commissioner Browning, like we've got to come to a decision and then keep working on it.
Commissioner Higgins.
If it's any consolation, the questions and comments that I'm making right now, I believe apply to this one and the next case. So I will try to be brief and not repeat on the next one. But a question for staff, because I know that we're, at least I'm focusing on this one wording scenario. However, my question is, if it weren't for that, if it just said setback, would staff still have the opinion that this is not compliant with missing middle?
Correct.
Okay. And can you, I'm sorry, briefly just mention what the other items would be in that scenario?
Yes. So again, this is the first iteration of the middle housing standards that the city administration undertook and charged planning staff with writing. We focused significantly on new primary structures on infill lots. So all of the standards are largely geared toward that. We have standards, including design standards, that have to do with having entry doors engaging the street, having buildings that are built along the street that continue that block face, having buildings that have similar footprints and scales as multi-unit structures on the street. There are several loopholes in here that we didn't address. So we did not address in this initial round having multiple structures, which the RN4 does permit. We also didn't address minimums, for example. So this structure sort of resembles and is in the placement of an accessory dwelling unit. We have maximum building width and depth footprints, but we did not indicate a minimum because we were not foreseeing building standards for accessory dwelling units, which this one kind of takes that form of. So overall, it's the intent of the middle housing standards, which is echoed in the intent statement and in the design standards, having buildings that are in similar footprint, height, and setbacks with those in the existing neighborhood. So the denial would have remained.
Based off the sizing and scale of the proposed building?
Correct, and based off of having multiple primary structures on one lot.
And during the middle housing process, was the question of multiple structures on one lot ever brought up or discussed? I don't remember us discussing it, but within staff's?
I think, yes, absolutely. I think when the city administration kind of charged us to take this on, we wanted to do it in bite-sized pieces. So the cottage court standards are a little more complex. They include standards for shared public space, for footprint, for height, for relationship to each other. And so that was just something that we couldn't incorporate in this time.
I don't disagree with what the intent would be, but I do think if we're interpreting it as written, that's where I'm hesitant to agree that it doesn't meet the intent. So all that to say, I think that at least on the process when there's a disagreement on interpretation with the zoning administrator is to go to BZA to appeal that interpretation. I think that it could be appropriate, maybe not, depends on how everyone else feels, for the applicant to, if they wanted to pursue this, maybe appealing the zoning administrator's interpretation of front setback in this situation, because, or just getting that, defined. I say that to say, I hate to propose it, but I would be open to a postponement until that conversation could be had. Because beyond that, it is sticky. This is a very sticky case because the things that we're saying are not compliant are not written out as direct requirements. And so I think that getting those written clarifications or appeals processed and then coming back to us makes more sense, in my opinion. But we all have to agree on something.
Okay. Some time ago, we had a motion to deny the appeal by Commissioner Midas and seconded by Commissioner Boyer. Are we ready for a vote? Okay. All in favor to deny the appeal, say aye. Any opposed? We have one no. Two noes. Two noes. Three no. Let's call the roll, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Huber? Commissioner Browning?
Yes.
Commissioner Levinson? Commissioner Boyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Overton?
No.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
No.
Commissioner Biggs?
Yes.
Commissioner Gill?
Yes.
Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Adams? Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
That is 11-2.
Getting pressured for a break here. Let's go 10 minutes.
I'm all good. Don't worry.
2 more days.
I think so. I guess my, if I'm understanding correctly,
They do it all the time. He goes, you can just take it off. No, they do it all the time. We get. I mean, and it says our number on the, yes, FedEx. She said we go. Where do you live? My mom is fish starter.
I already did it. So I can see it.
My mom's house has a big storage. Okay. And then there's like a oh, okay. I'm basically right where you go around the curve.
Okay, let's get going again. We are now on to item 17. This is the second middle housing denial. 12-C-24-OB is an appeal of an administrative decision to deny part of a middle housing application, case number 10-J-24-MH, to construct 3 new 18-foot by 24-foot two-story duplexes with internal garages at the rear of the property behind the existing structure at 1216 Callaway Street. Administrative denial reads as follows. The project as presented in the submitted application does not meet the applicable standards per Knoxville City Code, Appendix B, Zoning Code, Article 4.6. The 3 new rear structures do not meet the required front setback, Article 4.6.C.3. Required interior side setbacks, Table 4-4, nor the intent of the middle housing standards, Article 4.6, intended to promote the development of neighborhood-scale housing forms which are compatible with existing housing in the surrounding area. Article 4.6.E.4, to generate new middle housing buildings that are similar in footprint, height, and setbacks with the existing neighborhood. Recommendation is to deny the application as the final plat is not in substantial, wait a minute, no, I muddled one up there, sorry. No, that, I just read the action there, sorry about that. Trying to merge 2 cases into one here. Okay, is the applicant present?
We are.
Do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, you may proceed.
Sorry for this wicked Groundhog Day event that we're getting ready to have here, but 2 things I wanted to say just to clarify from the discussion previously. First, thank you for having that discussion and providing us some feedback. I will say that we have not been allowed to vary the setback because of the word shall. Because the word shall is in there, they say that's not a variance that we could seek. I'll also say that we have an approved missing middle permit and plan on an RN4 lot at the corner of Whittle Springs and Money Place that, in my opinion, has a different interpretation of setbacks. It's 2 primary buildings. One of them is a 3-plex and one of them is a 4-plex. But because they're built as townhomes, that's seen as the same type, so you're allowed to have a 3-plex and a 4-plex then. That was made obvious to me as I was getting it priced from our contractors, and they said, hey, you have a 3-plex and a 4-plex. And I said, no, actually, I have 2 townhome buildings. And so anyways, I think that we have a case on a RN4 lot under the missing housing standards with a permit, which means it went through, where the setbacks are not really treated as a build-to line. So I just wanted to make those 2 notes. And in fairness, it is a bigger lot and it is on a corner. But I think you all hit it on the head. We have some very gray areas that we're trying to figure out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921. Yeah, so a similar issue, trying to find a way to check all the boxes I'm told that we should strive to check. Save historic homes, increase density responsibly, respect the character of the neighborhood. I do live in the neighborhood about a block and a half away. Save 3 mature trees. Our prior decision means that the historic home on 1214 will be demolished. I have a demo permit in hand. There's no economically viable way to save it, so that one's gone. Not sure about 1216. I haven't studied it as closely. It may still have enough bones left to save. I don't know. But I can tell you quite affirmatively, 1214 will be demolished in the coming weeks. What can I do? I guess I can do lots of things now that it's RN4. I guess I have an opportunity to totally change the character of the neighborhood if I want to. Maybe a few years from now, I'll be thankful that this went a different way. But I do think it highlights several issues. One, why did we go to the trouble of defining front setback in Article 2? And that's been defined in Article 2 since we adopted RECODE in 2020, so 5 years. And then we use the language front setback in the missing middle, but we want to interpret it as a build-to zone. Seems logically inconsistent. And 10 months and $100,000 later, I'm punished for a seemingly reasonable misunderstanding. And it's not for lack of trying. I've made numerous attempts to speak to staff beginning the day after missing middle was passed. So we're here with a similar situation next door. I guess maybe a difference is the lot's larger. I expect you guys are probably going to do the same thing for the same way, but I do want to, since a lot of attention's been placed on the intent of missing middle, I do want to go to that first paragraph. I think it was called the intent paragraph. And in it, it says, quote, to help increase housing options within the city, middle housing standards are intended to allow more flexible development of land than is possible under the base district zoning regulations. Now, how do we square that with Director Brooks' statement that I could build 1214 under base zoning, but with a litany of variances? I suppose I could do 1216 under base zoning with a litany of variances. I know base zoning allows me 5 dwelling units. It's depicted with 8. That's an incremental increase that I think it's less than double. It saves 2 mature trees. It saves historic structure. It honors the character and spirit of the neighborhood as identified in the 1917 Sanborn map with over 15 dwellings fronting an alley less than 150 feet away from this. So I'm quite perplexed. In fact, to this day, there's a single-family home less than 2 feet off this very same alley down at the corner of the alley and University Avenue. It's just addressed on University Avenue because we can't address on alleys. So, you know, it's really frustrating, and, you know, planning staff has not been the best to communicate, and I have been told that I can't ask for a variance anytime the word shall is involved, and shall seems to be the operative thing here with this front setback. So it's just really frustrating, and I wish somebody would have made this clear to me 10 months ago. It was never made clear. In fact, the denial wasn't clear. It took 2 weeks of requesting a meeting with Ms. Brooks to understand the denial, and still it wasn't clear until I had a lunch with Commissioner Hill, Chairperson Hill, who walked me through and explained the nuances of the plus or minus and the operator of the shall. So I felt completely bamboozled, and $100,000 and 10 months later, and we don't have a single housing unit to show for that. And I think that's why we're in such a state of housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Commission? Before we go to commission, Ms. Crockett, do you want to share any differentiation of that referred Whittle Springs?
Sure. Could you pull that site plan up? The infill housing one. Yeah, sorry. So this is a property that is a corner lot, a significantly larger parcel. The lot is zoned RN4 as well, so it did allow for those multiple primary structures. However, it's the only RN, and not to complicate things further related to the front setback discussions, but this is similar to what Mike Reynolds was discussing, where it is the only RN4 zoned parcel on that lot. So the way the city interprets that is it kind of gets to start that new setback pattern there. So this met the setbacks. It also significantly meets the intent of the middle housing standards, as all of the front doors face the street. There's walkways. It's engaging both streetscapes. So different project.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
I just have a question for staff about the dimensional or the lot width standards with middle housing. If he were to combine or replat these in some way, this isn't really specific to this case, this is more broadly with the middle housing. What would be the minimum lot width that it could be platted as? Would it be 45 feet? Because it's in the, does it default to the underlying zoning, or does it default to the what's allowed through middle housing?
They could plat it at 45 feet, but they would not, we would, so far, and again, this is another sort of loophole gray area situation that hasn't been addressed since the standards were adopted in March, but the discussion so far with our subdivision regulations and our plat reviewer staffs is that you could plat a lot that conforms to the lot width for the middle housing standards. You could not create a new nonconformity, but you could plat a lot width that corresponds with that 45 feet if it has the alley.
Okay, that's all I was curious about.
I don't think we have any choice but to deny at this time, and we have a lot of work to do. So I make a motion to deny.
Second.
We have a motion to deny the appeal by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One no. All right.
18.
All right, on to item 18. This is regarding the final plat. Staff recommendation is deny the application as the final plat is not in substantial compliance with the concept plan. Required revisions to the plat were not completed, and the applicant has not requested to postpone the case. Is the applicant present? All right.
Yeah, Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939. The lawyers back here love you guys. They get to bill by the hour, so they're happy. Appreciate y'all's time and your service. I'll make this one easy for you. We've been working with Engineering and Public Works, and with your pleasure, you can vote to postpone.
Okay.
I'll move to postpone.
Second.
We have a motion to postpone by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. How long, Mr. Davis, how long are you requesting?
It's a pleasure to you guys.
30, 60, 90?
Staff recommend.
All the above?
I think 30
See,
days would be fine. We should have.
30?
Yeah, 30
Okay,
days.
okay, so.
Amend to 30.
Okay, Commissioner Levinson has made a motion for a 30-day postponement, and was it Commissioner Higgins that seconded it? Is that right? Okay, we got it. Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 20, applicant Jim Snowden, Knox County Engineering Public Works. Change requested, this is a name change requested from Ball Camp Pike to Bailey Farm Drive. Location is between west corner of parcel 104046 and Andes Road. Applicant's reason for change, renamed as a result of Shod Road realignment. Staff recommendation is approve the name change from Ball Camp Pike to Bailey Farm Drive as requested by Knox County Engineering and Public Works. Is the applicant present? Mr. Elliott, would you like to? And do we have opposition? All right, we do have opposition. All right, this is item number 20. Mr. Galt, would you like to speak?
My name's Tom, excuse me, I've got a sinus infection. Tommy Galt, 8642 Ball Camp Pike, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37931. I spoke at the October meeting, and at that time presented y'all with our opposition to this. And then in early November, I spoke with Kelsey Busquet on the telephone. She told me, I shared my concerns with her about some other things I'd found out. Did you share those with the commissioners or not?
You're free to share. Ms.
It was just regarding some communication that Mr. Galt had with the Emergency Communications Director.
Yeah. Okay. What I found out since then, and it's been 20 plus years since Knox County began obtaining rights of way for this Shod Road project, and in that entire time, never has it been mentioned the possibility of a street name change, ever, to anyone. I contacted my county commissioner, Terry Hill. She in turn gave my information to Emergency Services 911 Director Brad Anders, and he did call me. I expressed my concerns to him. First of all, this was presented to us, the citizens, and to you all as a commission as a request from Emergency Services. I found out that that was not the case. Mr. Anders informed me that 911, in the 20 years that this project has been in the works, 911 has never been contacted or consulted in any way whatsoever about this project. He also informed me that 911 did not request the name change of the street, that's not in their purview. They never have requested a street name change, and they never will. And had he not been presented the possibility of a street name change by the engineering department, they would have just continued as usual, dealt with it, segmented roads, ball camp pipe, whatever segmented road. They do not request street name changes. He also told me that they never been contacted in all this time, 20 plus years, until the day after the October commission meeting. At that time, Engineering and Public Works contacted him, requested a meeting which I was told by engineering that I would be part of. Somehow they neglected to contact me, so I wasn't part of that meeting. But this entire issue came out of Engineering and Public Works for Knox County. The residents of that section of any section of Ball Camp Pike have not requested this. We never were contacted or notified in any way. No signs of intent were posted until after I and my neighbors called about it, which by that time it was almost too late. Tennessee state law has regulations regarding this type of thing. For if I, as a private citizen, wanted to change the street name, I would have to get that signed off on by every property owner on the street. Engineering has stated publicly that they do not have to abide by those state regulations. It doesn't seem quite fair that a county department does not have to function and operate within the regulations of the state in which it's located. So I've got a couple of three requests. First of all and foremost, to deny this application to change the road name. Secondly, that the commission consider in the future a possible alternative way of handling these matters, as the state does have regulations regarding this, and engineering has stated publicly that they don't have to abide by those. So in my experience, personal experience in the past 3 months, 2.5 months, I've learned this. Engineering's not quite forthcoming in their intentions and actions. I feel like they've been allowed too much autonomy in the way they operate, so that would be another request that if it's within your purview that somehow that process can be changed, altered to bring them more in line. And
You wrap up, Mr. Galt, I'd appreciate it.
all right, thank you.
Mr. Elliott, would you like to have any comments?
Jim's not here, so I'm speaking for him, and this is not my wheelhouse, but he says he's spoken with the E911 director, and Mr. Andrews told him he prefers this change, and I think it's also the preference of addressing that this change be made.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Midas.
Well, I believe I was the one that asked for the postponement the last time, so I probably should address this. And I just want to thank Mr. Elliott Engineering for reaching out to the community, giving it some time. It sounds like you came up with a name that's more agreeable to the neighbors. Is that right? With the Bailey Farm?
Yes, there were 32 letters mailed out. We received 8 back in favor of the Bailey Farm Drive, 4 back in favor of Nicholas Farm Drive, 0 for William Farm Drive, and 1 that wished to keep hitching posts, which in our opinion is not an option now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I know that takes additional staff time, and, I understand where you are coming to from, Mr. Gall. I know this is going to be somewhat of an inconvenience for you, but, the process is in place to help with the safety and access and being able to, be able to just clearly align the street names. And so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the name change from Ball Cape Pike to Bailey Farm Drive as requested by Knox County Engineering and Public Works.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Commissioner Higgins to approve the name change per staff per Engineering and Public Works, which is the staff recommendation. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 22, applicant David Harbin, location north side of Ball Camp Pike, west of Valley Grove Lane, approximately 5 acres. Present zoning is planned residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre. Zoning requested, planned residential. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed is at 8 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation is to deny the planned residential zone with up to 8 dwelling units per acre because it is inconsistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and the surrounding development accessed off of Ball Camp Pike. Is the applicant present? Counselor, are you? You're it? All right. We'll share over here.
Sorry, Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Do we have any opposition? We do have opposition.
I don't think they're signed in.
Okay. Did you want to speak? No. Okay, all right. Counselor, would you like to proceed?
Yes, please, thank you. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant. This property is on Ball Camp Pike. It is, approximately 5.05 acres. It's currently zoned PR at 3 units an acre. We have asked that it be, the density on this be increased to 8 dwelling units an acre. We're asking for, and just for context, this would be, currently there would be 15 homes at 3 units an acre on this piece of property. The density of 8 would allow up to 40 homes. We're asking for the same density with the same conditions as was recently approved on the adjacent property to the north. You can see it there, the PR with the condition at 8 dwelling units an acre, 8 and 24 RZ. The handout I did was the case summary for that. In the letter that I submitted, I referred to that as Exhibit 1. I realized I did not attach Exhibit 1, so I wanted to go ahead and pass that out. On the second page are the conditions that were imposed on that property. And that is, we're asking for the same consideration for this property, just similarly situated properties being treated the same. Now, staff's distinction between this property and the property to the north is the property to the north has frontage to the Shad Road improvement that is coming through there. It has not yet be completed. And it does have frontage on it, and this property currently does not. But if you look at staff's condition on that, there were concerns whether or not that the property to the north would be able to access Shad Road. And if it could not access Shad Road, then its only access would be onto Ball Camp Pike. And that's the reason why the two conditions were imposed, that, you know, that if it can't access Shad Road, if access to Shad Road isn't feasible, the property owner may be required to make appropriate improvements to Ball Camp Pike as deemed necessary by Knox County Engineering and Public Works Department, and that no grading permit shall be issued until the construction of Shad Road is complete. And we're asking for the same density with the same conditions. This does have access to Ball Camp Pike, and if that is the only access that we are ultimately allowed to have, then we would have to improve Ball Camp Pike to increase the density. We understand that. That's a condition that this body has routinely imposed for these types of zonings, and indeed imposed it on the property to the north. There is possibility that when a development plan is approved for either this property or the property to the north, that there will be some some requirement for cross connectivity with those properties. Indeed, we see development plans, and staff routinely recommend there be stub outs to make that property be able to connect to one another. And so we do think that there will be a reasonable, if not likely, likelihood that there would be access to Shad Road through these properties, even if they're different developments, even different property owners, that there would be some consideration for that cross connectivity. Indeed, Advanced Knox, which just passed this year, refers to connectivity between the development 21 times, and that's not hyperbole. I actually did the word count on that. And staff talked about the policies. They mentioned they didn't think this conformed to policy 9.3 that focused growth in areas already served by infrastructure. But we do think there are other policy considerations that as a whole mitigate towards approving this development with this density. Policy 5 for Advanced Knox talks about creating neighborhoods with a variety of housing types and amenities in close proximity. You know, this is less than a mile from a commercial node, Bakertown Road. There's intended sidewalks on Shad Road, and this is also less than a mile to Amherst Elementary. And so there are, that's the reason Shad Road is coming through here, and there is an opportunity for significant amenities for these neighborhoods. The next policy down from 9.3 is 9.4 is require that infrastructure improve agreements are in place before submitting final plat application. That's the basis for the condition that if, you know, there has to be access to Ball Camp Pike, that there be an agreement in place to improve that section of Ball Camp Pike. The owner of this property understands that and is willing to accept that condition. Policy 6 talks about promoting attainable housing that meets the needs of current and future residents. And, you know, you hear developers and other people talk routinely about the housing issues that Knox County is having, and this is an area that's in the urban growth area. It's you know right there at the significant investment this county has made into the Shad Road improvements. And also promotes connectivity within the new development. Again, I guarantee if either property were to move forward with the development plan, staff would likely have some stub outs to connect to one another to avoid the kind of thermometer cul-de-sacs that we've seen so often in the past. So we do think that there is reason and consideration for this property to be given the same density. It's not going to be a development plan moving forward anytime in the near future, but there will be opportunities to make these developments compatible with one another and compatible with the infrastructure improvements planned in that area. So I would ask that you approve the density as requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission? Vice Chair Huber.
Well, I got a few comments, I suppose, about it. If I recall right, and I don't know if it's even picked up on KGIS yet or what happened, but we recently rezoned or made a recommendation to rezone to county commission for up to 9 units an acre, if my memory serves me correctly, a few thousand feet away from here on a lesser road. That's where if you go plan right on this down to, give me a second, down to Bradley Lake Lane. Yeah, off Amherst. If you go down to Amherst and go up Bradley Lake, and the reason I'm pointing this out, I think there was some discussion about the road size. You know, and I drove by this, and it is close to a railroad track in that area, but we just recommended 9 units an acre on one that is down Bradley Lake Lane, which is further off of Ball Camp and on a lesser road. I mean, this road's probably 12 or 15 feet wide, and we recommended 9 units. Now, that'll come along with some road improvements, I'm sure, but that road leads directly back down to Ball Camp, which is the road we're talking about. You know, with respect to the being as close as it is to the railroad track, the posted speed limit there is 40 miles an hour up and down Ball Camp right there. So, you know, logic and county codes would tell you that we need to have at least 400 feet of sight distance between or in either direction. And I think per staff it was over 400 feet to that railroad crossing. But I don't know about you guys, but I wasn't planning on hitting it at 40 miles an hour anyway, you know, because, I mean, you'd be launched in the air. So I think there's an automatic deceleration when you come up to that, which is going to increase sight distance, I think, at that location. But the biggest thing, you know, it's in the urban growth boundary, and I think that's why we leaned towards, you know, zoning the other one at 9 units an acre. So this is still within the urban growth boundary, which is going to really lean towards higher densities. I get it is more, you know, beneficial if it does dump out onto the new Shod Road, but I don't think it should preclude it from going to Ball Camp because it is in the urban. It's expected to have a higher density. So, you know, I just wanted to point that out. I don't have any problem with the eight units an acre. I do think that's a good idea because we have a lot of language from county if there are higher densities that we may have to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the county if those requirements are there. So, I mean, I don't see any other lights, so I'll just go ahead and take a stab at a motion that it says, I'd like to approve the planned residential zone up to 8 units an acre because it is consistent with the growth policy plan. But I would also like to add a condition. It says during the development plan review, ensuring that the property has viable access to Shod Road. If access to Shod Road is not feasible, the property owner may be required to make appropriate improvements to Ball Camp Pike as deemed necessary by the Knox County Engineering and Public Works Department and shall enter into a memorandum of understanding for such improvements.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the planned residential with the one condition. And that was by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Levinson and Commissioner Adams.
I just have a question. With the motion that you made, thinking about both the developments happening, they're in action, is there a chance that they would be set up to have, there was some case a couple of months ago where one development was wanting to go through the other development to achieve the access. So is there any risk of the way we've structured this that the development we're talking about right now with the requirements in the motion would be trying to get through the other development to get to Shod Road to not have to do the Ball Camp Pike updates? Does that make sense?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, I think that's going to get picked up at the concept plan, right? I mean, within staff, I think both owners need to bring a good plan review down in planned residential when they come in and look at the concept plan and the development plan. I think it would be great if we required a stub out. We talk about that all the time, you know, walkable connections, that type of thing, and wouldn't have any issue if it was only up at Shod Road. But in the event we can't do that, or it just doesn't work out, because I don't know the topography or any of the issues that the property could present. I think we need to give them the flexibility to access ball camp as well.
Yeah, so I'm just, I guess, and I think your point's good about the opportunity there for connectivity. From, I guess, council's standpoint, is there anything else that needs to be included in that motion to help ensure what we're talking about really is carried out?
Well, I mean, are you comfortable with making that type of condition of connectivity at this stage? It's gonna go back to that condition. It's the purview of this body to do that, basically. I mean, it is the purview of this body to do that. Of course, there's a motion pending now, so it would require some modification. If Commissioner Huber is willing to accept essentially what would be a friendly amendment to his motion.
In terms of specific reference to connectivity?
The connectivity issue, yes. If that's what I understood your question to pose, is whether there would be a way to address that at this stage.
The first question is just making sure that we weren't causing a problem, and it sounds like we're not. The second question wasn't really intended to be a friendly amendment. I doubt he will accept the friendly amendment. But,
I'm friendly.
I'll happily, ask,
Well, I guess
if there's connectivity, if there's a way of phrasing that you feel comfortable with.
I don't know that there is a way. Now, if the other one was, if we were rezoning the other one or looking at the concept plan or the one that's on the north side on the TV here anyway, but we can't force them to do it and force these guys. We can't, you follow me?
I think I do, and so I'll say that back to you. The way that you would see the connectivity coming in to play there is if either one of these developments brought their plan and we could look at it, at that juncture, we would say, okay, we really need you to connect over here.
Yeah, staff knowing that what we've talked about today, we would like to see that connectivity.
Because of the peculiar road scenarios we're talking about, I'm okay with that, but I do appreciate the conversation.
Sure.
Mr. Reynolds?
I just wanted to clarify real quick on the Bradley Lake Lane rezoning. It was proposed at 9 dwelling units per acre, but it was approved at 6 through County Commission as well, with one condition about widening the road back to the adjacent subdivision to the north. But also got to be real careful with connectivity because you don't know what the development's going to be yet. If it's multifamily, has driveways, we can't require somebody else to connect through somebody else's driveway system. Same thing if they have private roads. It's a little harder to require connectivity through private roads as well.
Yeah, and I think the way that the condition is worded is, hey, man, if they get access to, Shod Road, that's great. If they don't, they've got to, if there are any improvements needed on Ball Camp, then they have to do those.
So if we make it so that they don't have to make improvements on Ball Camp Pike if they get access on Shod, are we precluding them having access on Ball Camp altogether? Because if we're not, aren't we just saying that more traffic can be funneled out to Ball Camp?
That'd be maybe a question for council too, but yeah, you're saying if you get access
Right, it goes
up
both
there,
ways.
we cut it off
Yeah.
down there. That's
Yeah,
that's
that's.
I don't know. That'd be challenging. I don't think it says that.
It does not say that.
No, it doesn't say that, and that's not really my intention to do that.
Well, I guess I'm just clarifying, the motion on the table was that we don't have to make necessary road or road improvements to Ball Camp Pike if we get access to Shod. And my only question is if you have both. If you have both, right, are you just going to add more traffic onto Ball Camp if people don't want to use Shod?
Yeah, and I think this is where, if depending on the size of a project, we might have a traffic study, and the traffic study might have recommendations. If there's connection to both, then we'll know what kind of improvements are needed to either of the road frontages. Most likely not anything to Shod because it's being built right now, but Ball Camp is the other issue.
So would the applicant be open to a traffic impact study in the event that access is requested?
I think planning, even though this wouldn't automatically trip a traffic impact analysis with 40 units, I believe the the transportation guidelines do allow planning director to require one for something like this if there's unique circumstances. So I don't think we would have an objection to that. I think the commission or the Director Brooks and her department can require one under certain circumstances. It probably would be captured by this, just with the unique circumstances of it.
So are we good with the motion?
Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. This is kind of a question for staff. If this other case had this language about the connection to Shad Road or the improvements if there aren't connections, I completely understand the connection to Shad Road aspect and agree with this density with the condition of the connection to Shad Road. I'm just curious for staff, was it considered in this case to look at this one as a condition that they could do it if they improved ball camp? Like, was that discussed when reviewing this?
Like recommending approval with the condition that Ball Camp Pike be approved?
Yes, similar to the adjacent property?
So I think part of it was just this property was rezoned in 2022. And when we were looking at changing conditions in the area on the ground near this property at this section of Ball Camp Pike, it felt that PR up to 3 dwelling units an acre was appropriate. And since there wasn't access to Shad Road, and essentially just we felt that recommending denial was more appropriate, but should access be granted, or not access be granted, excuse me. We believe during the development plan, that's when EPW would determine what requirements and the extent would be needed to Ball Camp Pike. I don't know if that answered your question.
I think a little bit. My next question is for engineering. This is with 40 units. Do you anticipate any improvements needed on Ball Camp to use this?
I wouldn't anticipate any, short of there may be some site distance issues at the entrance without seeing their or their entrance location. That would be our biggest concern, is the site distance.
Okay. I guess I'm all about approving it and connecting it to Shad Road. It just seems to me that the condition, if they can just build it on Ball Camp and, likely may not have to do any improvements to Ball Camp, I don't know if that really changes things, from just a blanket approval. But I think that trying to encourage or require that connection to Shad Road would be an ideal condition in here.
Any comments, Vice Chair? You made the motion. No? You good? Good with your motion? Okay. We have a motion to approve PR with the one condition, and that was seconded by, was that Commissioner Levinson? Yeah, Commissioner Levinson. I see no other lights. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Agenda item 26, Benjamin C. Mullins, location west side of Shipe Road, east of Washington Pike. Approximate size of tract 34 acres. Present zoning, plan residential up to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. Zoning requested, planned residential. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation is to deny the planned residential zone with a density of up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it is not supported by surrounding infrastructure and amenities. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street.
Any opposition? I think we have 3 signed up. We have more opposition, but 3 signed up, I think. So would you like to proceed or defer?
Briefly proceed and reserve the rest of my time to address opposition's concerns. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant. We filed this application to increase the density from planned residential from 2.5 acres to 5 dwelling units an acre. We are now asking that request be reduced and that the density be from 2.5 to 3 dwelling units an acre, only asking for an increase of half a unit per acre. I'll reserve the rest of my time to speak about opposition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we have 3 signed up. Is it Reed Ryan? Ryan?
Thank you. My name's Reed Ryan. I live at 4733 Shop Road, and I'll try to be quick since there's 3. Almost everybody back here is a direct neighbor to this property. We are all dead set against this. We agree with you at 2.5. I measured it, and there are 100 homes between Washington Pike and Millertown Pike. At 2.5, that would be 85 new homes, which almost doubles the amount of homes that are there now. On Bud Hopkins, which connects to Shop Road, there is a subdivision that has 85 homes already that uses Shop Road as a through road. At that intersection, there's a church that also acts as a school where my children went, and there are no sidewalks. This is a very rural area, and I just think that I passed 7 subdivisions on my route from there to here, and I hate the direction that all of this stuff is going. I think we should have a rural area. I think we should have a suburban area. I think we should have an urban area. And I'll defer my time to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Myron Ryan. Oh, is that you too? Okay. Okay. Bill Evans. Anybody else sign up or wants to speak?
There's not, I'll finish.
Okay.
I didn't want to be rude.
Okay.
When they built Gibbs Middle School, it took a long time to get that to go through because of reasons where Holston and Gibbs, and it was kind of a controversial thing in the 90s. That's when I was in school there. By the time they got around to building Gibbs Middle School, it was too small for the area as it was. And that was before 2020, we had this influx of people. When we had a graduation for one of our kids, you couldn't hardly even get into the school. You know, it's just overcrowded, and it just continues to overcrowd. And another thing I'll say about this site, and this is more an engineering thing, but the curb that enters into this site is a blind curve, and every year there are wrecks where people go over that hill into that curb and slide into the creek. So it's a really terrible, I don't know if you can show it on the map, but it is a terrible place to enter. If you see there on the left, that would be the end of our property and the beginning of his. You're topping a hill and you cannot see over. And then you would come in and say somebody was trying to enter that subdivision from this direction. Yeah, you might have 2 or 3 people there and somebody turning right and them turning left. And I mean, it isn't engineered well. I think whatever they do, they should have to do something with the road there to maybe have a turning, make it like 3 wide or something like that. I think that would be a good move. Also, we would be really interested before you all approve, and I know this is all new to me. I've never been to one of these meetings, but I'd like to know what they're proposing. You know, what kind of houses are these? Are these single-family homes? I know we don't really have a lot to say in that, but I'd just rather see like maybe larger homes on more land than just how many houses can we cram into it and hope for the best and they'll all be rental houses. And, you know, I think I speak uniformly for everybody here on our end. And again, I give my time to rebuttal.
Thank you. Councilor Mullins.
Thank you. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant. Like I mentioned before, staff recommended denial at 5 units an acre. I filed 5 units an acre of the request because at the time my developer was still looking at what type of development he wanted to do, and with the rural conservation place type that was placed on this property with the advanced Knox plan, PR at 5 units an acre would be the most density that would be allowed on the property. He has since had a preliminary work done and knows that 3 units an acre would meet his needs. 2.5 would not. It wouldn't justify the cost to purchase the property. This property was rezoned to 2.5 in 2005, and of course hasn't been developed since then. But since 2005, we've had significant changes. We've had unprecedented population growth, unprecedented need for attainable housing. As staff pointed out, there's been transition and development in this area from densities to 3 to 5 dwelling units an acre. Most significantly, in 2024, this area transitioned from the rural area under the 2001 growth policy plan to the planned growth area under the 2024 growth policy plan. We're talking about, I understand it's rural now, but going through the process of looking to where we wanted to promote development through the growth policy and the Advanced Knox process, the decision was made to change this from rural area to planned growth area. And again, the place type is still rural conservation, which, 3 units an acre is right in consideration, but it does have some requirements to make sure there's cluster and there's open space that is maintained. At least 50% of the property would have to be maintained as open space pursuant to that place type. And the difference, what we're talking about here, 85 units an acre is what would be allowed now on the property at 2.5 units an acre. Going to 3 units an acre would be an additional 17 units for 102 units. Either one of those moving forward would automatically trigger the need for a traffic impact analysis, and whatever improvements to Shipe Road that needed to be made had to be borne by the developer at the time if that traffic impact analysis would make those findings. So the opposition's concerns, I understand them. It is an area that is transitioning from more rural to suburban. The concerns about the traffic would be in place regardless of the density at 2.5 and 3. And the potential improvements to that would be something that would move forward at 2.5 to 3. But 3 allows the property and the development to move forward, where at the current zoning, it's been stagnant for 20 years and nothing has occurred. So we have someone who's interested in developing in this property, developing in the infrastructure in this. And this development would speak to 2 of the policies in Advanced Knox. Policy number 1 is improved predictability and transparency of the development process. We went through the growth policy plan for a reason, and transitioning this from rural to planned growth, that would signal that this is an area where we can look at some moderate increase in density. And of course, policy number 6, promoting attainable housing that meets the needs for current and future residents. So with my revision to the request to go from 2.5 to 3 dwelling units an acre, I'd ask for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Higgins.
Staff looked at this as a proposal of 5 dwelling units an acre, and I would feel more comfortable if staff looked at it as 3 before we make a vote towards that. Do you think that it would be, Amy, do you think it would be a good idea to postpone and let you all come back with either the same or a different recommendation?
So at agenda review, we shared that our preliminary assessment of 3 was the same as, that we think 2.5 is appropriate here, considering existing infrastructure and amenities. But that was preliminary, so if this body deems it, warranted that we do a full analysis of 3 instead of 5, that's your prerogative.
In my mind, the 2 options are to either deny or postpone. So I'll pause and see if anybody else has thoughts.
We do have other options, but.
Well, yes, but given the conditions, it's drastic enough of a difference from what was requested that I think that it does warrant a staff report for that increase.
Fair enough. Vice Chair Huber.
I guess, I'm struggling with it. It is, somewhat rural out there for sure, but the part I'm struggling with is the growth policy plan and, the the comprehensive land use plan that we spent years on. And there were certain areas that it was negotiated and decided that would stay in. We took some areas that were, planned growth and took them out of planned growth and made them rural. We had other areas that we took out of rural and put into planned growth. One of the comments, I guess, was because it's not surrounded by infrastructure and amenities, that's a kind of a generic thing, throughout the codes, but what is not there? It's got sanitary sewer, right? The road is, I think they said 20 feet wide. The minimum is 18 feet wide. I think the whole idea of it was to not approve any kind of densities or densities in areas that have inadequate, 15-foot wide road, or sewer is too far away, those types of things. And I just think that this getting put into the plan zone is telling. I know it's challenging for the neighbors out there sometimes, but I do feel like it meets the infrastructure needs. That's why it was changed from rural to planned. I personally don't think, a difference of 17 units is going to make a whole lot of difference. If it's 2.5 or 3, it's still a housing development. It is in rural living, correct? Conservation, rural conservation. So it will dictate, how that's laid out and conserve a lot of that. I don't think it's an unreasonable request. With that, I'll just go ahead and make a motion to approve the planned residential up to 3 units per acre because it is supported by infrastructure in the area.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber to approve planned residential with a density of up to 3 dwelling units per acre, and that was seconded by Commissioner Anderson. We still have more discussion here. Let's go to Commissioner Adams.
I have a question from what Commissioner Higgins said, that why would staff recommend 2.5 and not recommend 3, just because the request was for 5 versus the request for 3? I'm not following that logic, because it seems like their assessment should be on what is appropriate in this spot.
I think 2.5 is what's existing. Is that correct? Okay. So it wasn't that they were recommending 2.5 instead of 5. It's just that's what was on there. So I don't know what the previous request, if the previous request was for 2.5 or 3 or whatever, but I was just saying this round of looking at it, they were looking at it as 5.
Okay, so this is, I guess, for you, Director Brooks. I understood what Commissioner Higgins said, but for an assessment, the answer from staff is what is appropriate at this site, not, especially if it's moving, if they're asked for a certain number and they're looking at, well, what is appropriate here? They come back with, this is what we think is appropriate in this area, not just as a comparison to what the request was.
Can I ask a question? We all live in this community. We don't have sewer.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm sorry. I need to adhere to the rules of order here, and that is, once we've gone to the public for public comment, and now we're at commission. So this is a commission discussion right now. So if one of the commissioners want to address someone in the public, they're free to do so.
I will ask for public comment after I get this clarification, but is my question making sense?
I'm not sure, Commissioner Adams. Our recommendation is that we think 2.5 is appropriate for the site, which is the current zoning. Does that answer your? I don't think I'm answering your
It does, because it is saying staff looked at this area. This is what we recommend, not based on anything else, but the normal things that are assessed for making that recommendation. It was just Commissioner Higgins. I think the way he phrased it, it made me wonder why we would postpone, because I don't see why that we would get a different result from a postponement.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was just thinking that if their request was for 5 and they looked specifically at 5, my question was, does it make sense for us to let staff reassess as a request for 3? I know that oftentimes staff will recommend the max that they think is appropriate. So just that, my question was just more, is it appropriate to let them look at it again, or if they're basically saying 2.5 should be the max? And so, and that was answered.
Okay, thanks. There was an individual who was standing up from the community, the woman who spoke out. If you'd like to speak about the, you said that there was an assessment that was different. If you could come to the podium and give your name and then answer that question about what was that difference you were talking to?
My name's Debbie Lane. I live at 5108 Shop Road. I don't have sewer. When my property was put into place, we wanted to run sewer down our road. There was not enough people that would tie in. Some of the people back there I've asked, do you have sewer? They said no. So we're just wondering, is sewer ran down that way, or is it something they're planning to put in? And there's also a creek down there that floods. I mean, floods very badly. So is that going to be taken into consideration also?
We'll be happy to ask those questions. Councilor Mullins, do you have any information about the sewer?
I don't know how far the sewer runs. I understand this property does have sewer through the KUB. I don't know if it is through some of the properties burning towards the road there to the east, or the west, excuse me. There's the commercial node, and I think that's where it transitions into a traditional neighborhood. So they're Washington Pike, which the adjacent property does have access to that. And it's also at 2.5 units an acre right now, but it's 2 separate parcels. As far as the creek, yes, that's the creek is something that would get looked at during the development plan. There could be there's stream protections. It does look like it's a blue line stream. There'd be at least a 50-foot stream buffer through the county regulations. TDEC would probably have a 60-foot construction buffer on that as well, and all that would get worked out through complying with engineering public works, stormwater and water quality ordinances, and that would be worked out at the development and concept plan phase.
Okay. So I think, regardless of sewer or not sewer, they're going to have to comply. If they're using septic, they'll have to comply with the septic systems as opposed to sewer systems. So it doesn't necessarily mean they can build 2.5 if they don't have proper infrastructure. Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hill. I think that as we have many times come into this situation when we have some former rural areas in planned growth areas and urban growth areas, we often refer to our place type of rural conservation. And this body has been briefed on that briefly, and oftentimes we struggle with what that really means. And I know that we have the members of the public here who probably have absolutely no idea what we're talking about in that regard. And I think that it would be appropriate in this case to refresh not only commission but the public on record as to what rural conservation looks like in practice, since this conversation is concerning density, and rural conservation has some specific things to say about that. I know that we in our packet have a pattern or a description of that, and has some pictures. I don't know if that's something that can be pulled up on the screen to show that, and have somebody in planning kind of tell us what rural conservation is, as a reminder to commission as we're thinking about this, as well as the benefit of the public.
Ms. Hillman, would you like to take a stab at that?
Yeah, I'm happy to read the description of the rural conservation place type. It's intended to conserve forested areas, ridges, wetlands, and other significant natural areas by clustering development and minimizing land disturbance. It's intended to conserve roughly between 50 to 70% of a site as natural open space.
Commissioner Gill?
Yes, thank you. I know this might not be something we can pull up right off of the website, but there's a picture in our book that really shows the difference between a traditional suburban neighborhood and what a rural conservation neighborhood looks like, and what that kind of looks like from a perspective. And I think that would be helpful for us to look at if that's possible, just because one of the speakers brought up the fact that they're concerned about what's going to go into this place. And rural conservation is is not what you're imagining, I'm sure. So I wanted to make sure that everybody has seen what that looks like, so we have a clear baseline of what we're talking about when we're speaking about the difference between 17 homes in the area.
There you go. That's it.
So specifically down the bottom two figures there. So the one on the left being a traditional suburban neighborhood and the one on the right being what rural conservation looks like in practice when it's applied. So would it be fair to say those are fairly large lots with lots of open space and setbacks with houses quite a bit away from the road and a more traditional rural layout?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Overton.
I have a related question going off of Commissioner Gill. Since this is planned residential, we'll look at the development plan, and this seems obvious, but sorry. When we look at the development plan, we're looking at more than just density in the subdivision regulations. Like, we would look at the development plan in the context of rural conservation as well. So if they come and they've developed the entire 34 acres straight down the line with, what is it, 3 units an acre times 34, like, it's not going to be that, because we look at the planned residential in the context of the rural conservation place type. So staff would, and correct me if I'm wrong, not likely recommend approval for a development plan that wasn't also in line with the rural conservation place type, right?
That is correct. We would look to that. We would look for that 50%.
And so that's why I would support approving 3 units an acre here, because I think that there's going to be a lot of factors in place that maintain or try to maintain as much as they can some of the similarities of the area and the surrounding neighbors and things like that, which is part of the Advanced Knox concept, as other commissioners have more eloquently expounded upon. So I just wanted to point that out in context of what Commissioner Gill said.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Adams.
I guess yet again, wouldn't staff's recommendation for that 2.5 density be an equation that looks at how they can preserve the amount of the correct percentage of open space?
Yes, regardless of what the density is approved, we'll be looking to that place type once they submit their development plan.
Okay,
For
so
additional guidance.
the answer is no. It's not, the density equation is not one that is based on what would be allowing for the percentage, because the home type and the plan can alter that so much.
If I'm following you correctly, yes, so we'll be looking for that 50% of preservation of land, regardless of what you all decide today.
Chair will entertain.
Entertained. Call for the vote, please.
Oh, we've already got a motion? I've since forgotten. So let me see here. Okay, Vice Chair Huber has up to 3 in planned residential, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Okay. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? We have 1 no, 1 no. Okay. Motion passes.
Do you know if there'll be a second hearing on this?
County Commission, yeah. Agenda item 27, applicant Masana Investments LLC. Location is west side of North Wooddale Road, north of Asheville Highway, 11.16 acres. Present zoning is agricultural. Zoning requested, planned residential up to 6 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed is up to 6 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation is to approve the planned residential zone with up to 6 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan. And the applicant is before us. Do we have opposition? We do have opposition, and would you like to proceed or defer, Mr. Davis? You want to defer, okay. All right, Mr. Joseph Bailey. We can share. All right, let's proceed. Mr. Bailey.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak about the rezoning of 205 North Wooddale Road, parcel ID 62047. I live at 7714 Vista View Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee 37924. I'm grateful to live in an area that is mindful of the importance of protecting our hillsides and ridges. However, I am concerned about the location and the amount of development occurring in the valley, mainly because of our floodplains and our local wildlife. When major storms or heavy rain occur in Knoxville, the valley is where that water accumulates. We are fortunate to have so many trees because they are known for taking up thousands of gallons of water. One tree with a 30-inch diameter, for example, can take up 300 gallons of water in a day. And our native plants have extensive root systems that are well equipped to stabilize soil. Goldenrod roots, for example, can grow 11 feet deep. Unfortunately, the impervious surface in Knoxville is growing, as you can see in the aerial maps I've included in your packets. As storm damage seems to be on the rise and hitting closer to home like the recent Hurricane Helene, we will need some type of mitigation or the damage will devastate these communities that we are currently building. I understand why people want to live in Knoxville. It's a beautiful place, and I know the demand for affordable housing needs to be addressed, but I wonder if we could direct these developers to old housing developments, abandoned construction or industrial sites, or even kudzu-infested areas where native plant communities have already been destroyed. I believe that would add more value to the Knoxville area than to have native landscapes sacrificed for housing. As I said, I live on Vista View Lane in Neels Landing, where the development of the Ridge at Neels Landing is already under construction, and 141 houses are currently being built. This subdivision is just below the Holston River and right next to Sinking Creek East. When flooding occurs, our community will need as many trees and native plants as we can get to mitigate these floodwaters. With a housing density of 5 to 6 dwelling units per acre, as was permitted for the construction of the Ridge at Neels Landing, and is the proposed density for Wooddale Road, there would not be enough space to plant trees, and even if there were, it would take years for them to obtain a healthy enough size to mitigate floodwaters. Grass may help to reduce sediment and stormwater, but it has shallow root systems that are only capable of taking up 0.14 inches of water in a day. The property on North Wooddale Road provides the last open green space in our neighborhood, especially since the wooded area closest to Asheville Highway has already been zoned CA, a general business zone. The Wooddale Road property has a beautiful hillside with a native meadow full of goldenrod, ironweed, frost aster, and broom sedge. There's some pictures of that in your packets. Meadows like this help filter and control floodwaters, support wildlife biodiversity by providing a wide variety of food sources and habitats, and they are becoming increasingly rare in Knoxville. This meadow is surrounded by mature oak, hickory, and cedar trees, to name a few. These plant communities are ideal for wildlife, and as such, it is an incredibly active wildlife habitat. I have personally seen monarch and swallowtail butterflies, lunar moths, frogs, owls, coyote, deer, hawks, vultures, possums, and a wide variety of songbirds. Not to mention fireflies are pretty spectacular in the summer months. Trees in natural areas enhance character and quality of neighborhoods, and within the Knox County Hillside and Ridgetop Protection Plan on page 29, it states that a combination of private and public open spaces are to be maintained where forests are kept largely intact to foster wildlife and plant habitat protection, recognizing that open space systems can enhance neighborhood and community property values. The Knox County Conservation Subdivision Ordinance in Appendix F emphasizes the importance of resource conservation and the efficient use of land. It also promotes interconnected open spaces throughout communities, particularly for wildlife and habitat protection. In Appendix A, it states, several studies indicate that to maximize increases in property values, open space systems should be linear, because such corridors have longer perimeters that allow a larger number of properties to abut or be near open space. And though I would personally love to save all 11 acres of this land for the benefit of wildlife alone, this statement got me thinking, could we try and reach a compromise for 205 North Wooddale Road by creating a conservation easement for the acreage closest to Neal's Landing? This would provide wildlife with a corridor, allow mature trees and native plants to support that wildlife while mitigating excess water, and add to the property values for the current Neal's Landing residents, as well as the residents that will be moving in once the development of North Wooddale Road is completed. I have drawn a suggested corridor on the last map of your packet that would preserve some of the existing meadow and the trees that surround it. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939. I respectfully request you approve as per staff recommendation. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
Trying to look at the case, who owns this case? Is it Kelty? Sorry. Did the easement idea enter into the assessment, or did that come after the assessment?
That was after the assessment.
I'm intrigued by this just because it's different than what we normally hear. Normally, when we have opposition to development, it is kind of an all or nothing sort of scenario. So I don't have experience in how this would impact the applicant's development, but I'm curious if anyone else is interested in this concept as sort of it's not a typical buffer, but it's this different beast of a conservation line. I'm asking commission.
Well, I do think it's an interesting idea, but I think that from a practical standpoint, how would you manage something like that? So you give an easement, who owns the easement? Who has the obligation to make sure that it's kept up? And I just don't know how that can practically work in a subdivision context like this.
Not my area of expertise, absolutely. But is that something that becomes just like the sidewalks and the common areas that are designated in a development? Is that?
Well, but the sidewalks in the common areas would be theoretically owned by, say, a neighborhood association. So this would be, if you did this, you'd be giving this property, deeding it, say, to an association of an adjacent neighborhood, which then there would be costs that would come along with maintaining it. And so I think that would be a lot more of an in-depth process to get something like that approved, because you'd have to, first of all, get, all of the homeowners, whatever their governing documents are, to agree that they want to undertake that.
But wouldn't it be for the, I heard this to mean it would be for the property that we're talking about now, not for a different property.
Well, either way, though, I still think it's the same analysis, is that somebody has to undertake the cost to do that, keep it up, and then.
To manage it.
Right.
I know my time's allotted, but if I could make a comment on that. Meadows like this only have to be mowed one time out of the year. In late fall, early spring is the ideal time. I'm a natural resource manager at Imes Nature Center, if any of you are familiar. So we're pretty familiar with how those work. So it's really low maintenance. It takes a bush hog once a year, which I would personally be happy to do. I just need access. I would even buy a bush hog to make sure that happens. I could manage that myself, and I could also add more native plants to the space to make it even more scenic. But there's also land conservancies where a tax write-off would be available if the owner applied through Tennessee Land Conservancy or Foothill Land Conservancy, and he could even get a tax write-off for the preservation of that land. Thank
Can I ask a question to the applicant? Has there been any dialogue on this topic between yourself and the opposition or anyone else about this kind of idea?
No, ma'am. If you pull up the zoning map, it's CA next door. You very well could have a shopping center next door. Why would we do that with a shopping center next door? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think the question is just conservation, not about the CA, but it sounds like you didn't have any discussion about it.
And I don't want to be rude, but it's not my responsibility to provide conservation on a piece of property that's between a subdivision existing, 12 units an acre to the east, and commercial land adjacent. It's not an area for conservation, in my opinion.
Thanks for answering my question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner Gill, are you done, Commissioner Adams?
For the moment.
Okay.
Yes, I want to start by saying I'm very sympathetic to the opposition's comments. I really do appreciate the open spaces in Knoxville, and I am a huge proponent of our urban wilderness and the IAMs. And so I want to say all these things when we take this in context and looking at the broader picture. If we look at the growth plan, this is within the urban growth boundary. It is designated as suburban residential, and that was done through a lot of public process and a lot of input. And the entire intent of that.
Just move up a little bit.
Okay, sorry. The entire intent of that was to make sure that we identified areas where we were comfortable with growth so that we could save other places instead of sprawling across the whole of the county, that we had areas where we intend to conserve and we have areas where we allow growth. It's unfortunate to hear comments like where it's not our responsibility, because I certainly feel like everyone should be doing the most they can to do conservation, and that hurts a little bit to hear. But on the same side, the intent of our policy and our growth plan was to make sure that the places that have been designated for conservation are allowed to continue to be such, because we have these areas that we have designated as where we want the growth to proceed. So if we have commercial and we already have subdivisions, this is intended to be suburban residential and it's within the urban growth boundary. While I would really like to hear and feel much better that the developer would be willing to work with the community to provide some sort of open or green space in their concept plan or whatever comes forth, I find it to be inappropriate for this body to go around an entire public process that identified areas where we intend to have growth and then come back and say, oh yeah, but we want you to not make that suburban residential and an urban growth boundary. We want you to make that rural living. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Just to add to Commissioner Gill's comments, definitely agree, appreciate the opposition's proposal and all the work that went into this. Big fan of conservation generally as well, but also agree that, yeah, we have designated areas where that is more intentionally set aside within the county, whether it's hillside protection, whether it's setbacks from, blue line streams or what have you. So I agree that this probably isn't the most appropriate place for that intentional conservation effort.
Thank you. Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, I guess I'll echo some of that too. Thank you for the presentation. That was a lot of good information. Where I struggle with it a lot is property, ownership rights. I mean, unfortunately, somebody owns this property and it's in a highly desirable area. It's a few hundred feet off of a highway, a divided highway that has nearly 28,000 cars a day on it. So, I would struggle with requiring anything like that from a property rights perspective. Yes, this is in the urban growth boundary. Everything around it is either commercial or a higher density than what staff has recommended here. So I'm very comfortable with making a motion to approve planned residential with up to 6 dwelling units an acre because it is consistent with Knox County's comprehensive plan.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Huber for planned residential up to 6 dwelling units per acre, and that was seconded by Commissioner Levinson. We still have some discussion here. Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, just to respond to what Commissioner Gill and Commissioner Biggs were saying, I don't see what the I don't see this actually being in conflict in terms of it, the idea. I wasn't seeing this as a problematic development. What I was talking about was the interest in, we don't see this. Like, it's a new idea, and that's what caught my attention. Because for years, the line about the PR zone providing flexibility for optional land development methods encourages more imaginative solutions. To me, this is that. It's a community member saying, hey, here's another way. I'm not against it, but here's another way. So I can see how this vote is going. I'm not surprised, but I hope that we can take this idea and move it forward in terms of providing some tangible options for ideas and addressing some of those questions about, how, okay, if this was to be pursued, how do you deal with that management? What are the answers to some of those thornier questions with the legal aspects of it?
Commissioner Gill?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I didn't mean to suggest that I also didn't really, I'm very intrigued by this. I very much appreciate the opposition presenting this. I think this is something that I wish developers would engage with and understand that there is an appetite out there for, as we've heard multiple times, there's an appetite for conservation of green spaces and making sure that we're not making a pavement situation. And so I too would be very intrigued, and I would be very supportive of any project that did that. So I agree with you. Yeah. I think it is important to recognize that, you know, the property rights are there, and we have a developer in this case who, again, I say I'm pained to hear his reaction to that, but it's certainly his right. So.
Yeah, I understand that, and I so often we hear comments like, well, we just can't make the project work, or we got to have this higher density to make the dollar signs work. And I think that this is an opportunity to think about things differently, that perhaps there are dollar signs that come along with this type of amenity. Just, you know, thinking about this moving forward.
Okay, Commissioner Higgins.
Just real quick, I think this is intriguing and worth maybe staff or the county looking into with concept plans, how we could, when there's open space, maybe preserve that long-term with through easements, maybe more so than what we already do. But.
Vice Chair Huber.
One quick comment too. Speaking to that, I mean, I think it's already been done. You know, I mean, with the comprehensive land use plan, we just saw it on Shipe Road, where we recommended 3 units an acre, but it's going to end up, half of it's going to have to be conserved. So this has already been looked at in the plan, and areas designated for those types of conservation. And unfortunately, this is not one of them. This is designed to be higher density.
Let's vote. We got, the motion is PR up to 6 dwelling units per acre. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time and your service. Appreciate it.
Oh, man. All right, agenda item 29, applicant is Randy Gennard. Location, western terminus of Parker Hill Lane, northwest of North Park Ridge Drive, 6.42 acres. Present zoning is low-density residential, zoning requested, planned residential, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed up to 3 dwelling units per acre. And the staff recommendation is to approve planned residential zone with a density of up to 3 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with surrounding development and amenities. I see Mr. Gennard is before us. Do we have opposition? Let's see, we have Sean Gilbert. Sean Gilbert. Would Sean Gilbert like to speak? Any other opposition? Did I see? Did you want to speak? Is that a yes or a no? Okay. Mr. Gennard, would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll go into it. I may answer all the questions.
Okay.
Randy Gennard, 5408 Fountain Gate Road, Knoxville. This piece of property is an interesting piece. The original developer must have thought he was going to use it at one time because there's a stub road that goes right into it. I met with some of the, I spoke on the phone with some of the neighborhood, David Krieger, and went over, I took him our plans. I didn't include them in this package because we're trying to separate rezonings and concept plans. But if this zoning goes through, it'll allow 18 to 19 units, single-family units, not duplexes. Our proposal is 16 houses, single-family homes. If we can get our sewer approved, it's going to have to be pumped to the development to the north. If not, there'll be 8 homes on septic. The sewer connection will all be by the developer, the cost of it, none going to the Spring Place neighborhood, and they won't be taxed or have a sewer charge. There's no connector planned between this and the subdivision to the north, as there's almost a 40-foot rise in topo there. It's impossible. I think there was a concern with the neighborhood that we'd put a connector through. Has no plans for a connector. There was a concern that these were duplexes. They are not duplexes. There was concern that we had lowered the property values. I can say that every development we've done, which hadn't been a lot, but we've increased the property values. I would just like to ask that it's approved per staff recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Gennard. Ma'am, if you'll approach the podium, please. And if you'd please state your name and address.
Right. Hello, Kelly Grandstaff, 1508 Park Ridge Drive. Obviously did not really want to be up here. I am one of the residents of this neighborhood. I'm sure y'all have seen some of the comments that other residents have posted. The biggest concern, as was posted in, I guess it was the PDF that was attached to this, is that it was stated in that document that the throughput of increased traffic was 219 vehicles. There are 2 blind hills in this neighborhood that, one is that road that's attaching to the rezoning, and one is kind of where that Spring Place is in red. They're blind hills, so people road park in this neighborhood. So when you come over this hill, you're kind of taking a blind chance on whether you're gonna get hit head on or not. It's kind of a gamble. So to have that much extra traffic is terrifying. Half the community is retired, half of it's got small kids. They're scared of the change. Whew, excuse me. Like I said, it's also an old community. The houses were built in the 60s. Some of these people have been there since then, since the 60s, since the 70s. They're not used to change, they're not good with change. They're worried that if the houses don't mimic the floor plans, mimic the front face, it will lower the home values just because it's different. If half the community looks different, people are gonna wonder why. So those are some of our big concerns. Again, you know, they're not major. Safety was the big thing just because of the increase in traffic and the big risks with those blind hills. But at the same time, you know, it's not really our decision. So hopefully our livelihoods will be considered, but I know that with development, growth is gonna happen, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commission? Commissioner Midas.
Well, I know it's hard always adding new density into where an existing neighborhood has been, but you know, this seems like a good area to add a little bit of density. I agree with the density proposed, so I'd like to just go ahead and propose a motion to approve planned residential zone with density up to 3 dwelling units per acre, because it's consisting with surrounding development.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Midas to approve PR with a density of up to 3 dwelling units per acre, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We've got about 10 more cases here, and I know somebody will want to break somewhere in between time. Let's, if we can, let's try to make it 5 to 7 minutes, and let's break right now, and then we'll finish up.
It's your fault. He's gone, yeah.
You ready? I think we need to get going if we're going to ever get in there. Yep, let's do it. Okay, let's resume action here with agenda item number 30. Applicant is Benjamin C. Mullins, location north side of Clinton Highway, south of Cherrybrook Drive, 19.28 acres. Present zoning is agricultural and general business. Zoning requested, general residential. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land. Staff recommendation, approve the general residential zone because it is a minor extension that provides a compatible transition of land use intensity, subject to the one noted condition. Mr. Mullins, do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, if you'd like to proceed.
Briefly, Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for Barbara Smith as a co-executor of the estate of Will Smith. We are in agreement with staff's recommendation and ask that you approve.
Thank you. Commission?
I move we approve as per staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. Approve the general residential because it is compatible, subject to the one condition. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 33, Tipton Station subdivision. Applicant developers D.R. Horton. Location south side of Tipton Station Road, east of Lowland Lane. 85.81 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre with conditions, floodway and agricultural. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Proposed use, detached residential subdivision. Number of lots, 342. This will require 3 motions. This involving alternative design standards, concept plan, and development plan. On the motion 1, staff recommendation is to approve the alternative design standard based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. Motion 2, on the concept plan, approve the concept plan subject to 17 conditions. And the third recommendation, requiring motion 3, would be approve the development plan for up to 342 detached residential lots subject to the 2 noted conditions. All right. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins here for the applicant.
Any opposition? Do we have anyone signed up to speak? Okay. Would anyone like to speak in opposition? All right. Would you like to proceed or defer, Ms. Mullins?
I'll proceed briefly and then
Okay.
reserve the rest of my time. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant. This was recently rezoned to 4 dwelling units an acre with conditions. We're now moving forward with the concept and development plan. We agree with staff's recommendation. The 11 conditions that they have imposed on this, we have no objection to, including approximately 70 acres south of Stock Creek being placed in a conservation easement, and we'd ask that you approve per staff's recommendation.
Thank you. And ma'am, if you'll approach the podium and state your name and address, please.
Hello, I'm Victoria Kay. I reside at 2921 Tipton Station Road. I'm here with many of my neighbors who are contiguous property owners or live close by to this property. The applicant did not have a Phase 1 environmental assessment completed with due diligence. According to DDEC, they said it was flawed. TDEC has requested D.R. Horton to conduct a Phase 2 environmental assessment and join TDEC's Voluntary Oversight and Assistance Program. I don't believe at this point a Phase 2 environmental assessment report has been provided. The applicant is still under contract with a sale contingency, and the Alex Schubert family could end up with this property should a Phase 2 assessment prove that residential use is not available on this property. Knox County Planning Commission has the ability to table any approval on a site plan that may end up not being feasible. There are 3 streams on this property, and the current site plan doesn't work around those, nor does it work around the 8 powder magazines that are on that property. You can see the line, it looks like an old road, and there are 8 powder magazines structures that are still there. Yep, you can see them right there. Should the Phase 2 environmental assessment restrict development, why would this body approve a site plan today? Furthermore, there's conversations going on trying to figure out what would happen to the Schubert family if this sale falls through. Should a Phase 2 environmental assessment restrict residential use? So many are watching how this is going to unfold, including the Legacy Park Foundation, because the old Atlas Powder Farm in Chattanooga, where they were storing dynamite in bunkers at the old, what was now the old Volvo plant, there's portions of that property that were not able to be remediated, and now they have passive use around those bunkers that stored dynamite, similar to this property. Chattanooga's solution was to create a passive park around those powder magazines. Our community needs options for this property and not to be pigeonholed into an approved site plan on property that may not be safe for residential use. And our position is that this approval is premature because the potential consequences of a Phase 2 study have not yet been revealed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilor Mullins, would you like to rebut?
Thank you. Yes, just briefly. We did have a Phase 1 study. We have consulted with TDEC. They are asking for a Phase 2 study. We have already commissioned a Phase 2 study to be conducted, and we are meeting our environmental lawyers for the applicant and are meeting with TDEC next week to go over the scope of that Phase 2 study. Condition number 7 is during the design phase and before grading permits are issued, a Phase 2 environmental study must be completed by the applicant per the recommendation of the Tennessee Department of Environmental and Conservation. And the study must be submitted to TDEC for review, and the applicant must complete any remediation recommendations by TDEC before any permits are issued for the site other than those required to be complete to complete the remediation. Sorry. So that's a condition. We can get the site plan approved with this, but we can't do anything with it. We can't get permits. We can't grade. We can't do anything until that TDEC study, Phase 2, has been completed. TDEC has looked at it, made their recommendations, and if any remediation is required, we will have to do that. So it's not premature. We can approve it per that condition, and if there are issues with that, we will address it at the appropriate time through the design plan phase. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are conditions related to your concerns.
That's correct. There are 11
Yeah.
conditions.
Yep.
Condition number 7 is specific regarding Phase 2.
Commission? Oh, Commissioner Biggs.
Just a question, I guess, for staff, like during the Phase 2, should TDEC come back or somebody come back and say, hey, there's a problem here, we can't remediate it effectively, we've already approved the site plan, is there a mechanism for that site plan to come back in front of this body and say, hey, this area has to be changed because of the results of the Phase 2 study? Or what would happen in a scenario like that? Hopefully it doesn't happen, but just curious.
If obviously they couldn't change the design of their development without having to come back. If say like the back half of the property can't be remediated and the front half is buildable and they build essentially half the project and just kind of cut it off, it's probably, that might not require to come back here. It's kind of like a Phase 1 that gets developed and Phase 2 just never happens. In some subdivisions, sometimes that happens, but I think most likely you'll see a plan again if remediation's not possible. I mean, this is my general thought, but they have to build essentially what's shown for the area that could develop on if there was some kind of issue with the rest of it.
Got it. That's helpful. I'm just thinking about the overlay map that we saw where some of those old stores are kind of interspersed throughout the property. So should any one of those, not be able to be remediated, I'm guessing you'd likely have to reconfigure some roads and things because it's not all, like they're all isolated in one corner. So
Commissioner Gill.
So similar to that vein, Commissioner Biggs is asking is, obviously we could approve today, and then there might be needed changes in the future. Counselor, is there any reason why this needs to move forward at this date, and why you feel that needs to be today instead of waiting until after the Phase 2 is completed?
Well, we feel very confident that, the Phase 2 will go forward and be a smooth operation. This is still contingent upon approval for this. So we would like to move forward so we can move forward with closing on the property, and we're taking it subject to, this approval and these conditions. So pushing that out indefinitely, then that could, not allow this deal to go forward at all. Some of the conditions for this, we are willing to put the back 70 acres in a conservation easement. There's another potential 70 with the current zoning right now without any changings. There could be another 70 acres or 70 units on that agricultural property. It would be difficult, but another developer could seek to do something like that. We're not wanting to do that. We're willing to put it in a conservation easement. We're talking to different legacy parks and other organizations about, who may want to manage that at some point. We don't have that fully worked out, but it's a condition that we'll have to have that in place. And we're willing to put a pedestrian bridge over that if that's something that whoever manages that would want. They may not want it. They may want to keep it, not accessible from this development at all. We're working through significant road improvements to Tipton Station and are, funding that through a change in state law that allows a residential infrastructure district to be created on this property. And that's something that another development we think this is we feel confident. We think that, TDEC had questions whether or not there was dynamite manufactured, if you read their letter. We don't think dynamite was ever manufactured. We think it was just stored in these storehouses, and there wouldn't be any issue with that. But we're going through the process to do that. Normally, TDEC would have to look at something like this regardless. It's not even a condition that gets put on a development plan, but because that kind of came to the forefront, it is something I think staff wanted to make sure was a condition on this. So there's no question about what could be done and that we're all being transparent with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the sale of this property contingent on the successful completion of that Phase 2 with? That was suggested. I'm just wanted
Yes,
clarification.
it is.
So in the event that you aren't able to remediate this and this concept plan is moot anyway, the sale may not even go through?
That's right. And then I'd like to answer your question. If there was something, part of it that couldn't be developed, or we had to work around some environmental issue, then we would have to come back, or whoever would have to come back with a revised concept plan. It would come back through this body.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Huber.
Just a couple of general comments. Yeah, this is, I think, a good example of what we were talking about earlier today in rural conservation. It's in a planned growth area. We've got a developer who's willing and able to conserve 70 some odd acres of this property, which I think is great. And they have come up with a nice concept plan and development plan. I really don't see these conditions any different. I don't see any reason to necessarily delay it, I guess is where I'm going. And number 7, they can't do anything until they get this Phase 2 impact done. But it's no different to me than the condition on number 8, where we sometimes condition the road improvements, or, hey, if you want to develop this property, engineering and public works may require you to widen this road. If that happens, then you'll have to enter a memorandum of understanding. You'll have to take care of it. It's effectively the same thing, I think, that's happening here. We're saying there's a Phase 2 study that's been ordered, although the developer feels like there's not going to be any issue with it. If there is, they will have to take care of it, or they can't do the development. So, I just feel like we've looked at it. I know it's a big change for the area, but it is a growth corridor down through there, and I think it's being done properly. With that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the alternative design standard requiring Planning Commission approval to reduce the minimum horizontal curve on Road B from 250 feet to 200 feet at C5.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations by Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works, and that was by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a second motion.
Make a motion to approve the alternative design standard based on the justifications provided by the applicant and recommendations of Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. Approve the
Wait, whoa,
concept
whoa, whoa,
of
whoa,
the
whoa.
17.
Let's see, we've already done
Oh, I'm
that.
sorry.
Motion
I'm going
two.
to approve the concept.
Motion two.
The concept plan first. I apologize.
Concept.
I read that twice. Make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the 17 conditions.
Second.
All right, have a motion by Vice Chair Huber to approve the concept plan subject to 17 conditions, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I can make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 342 detached residential lots, subject to 2 conditions.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber to approve the development plan for up to 342 detached residential lots, subject to 2 noted conditions, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 34, Cooper Meadows Lane subdivision. Applicant developer is Masana Investments, LLC. Location is northeast side of Cooper Meadow Lane, northeast of East Emory Road, 5.38 acres. Zoning is planned residential, up to 4 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, single-family residential, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, single-family subdivision. 21 lots. Subdivision variances are required. This will require 3 motions. Motion 1 related to the variance, approve the variance to reduce the tangent distance between broken back curves from 150 feet to 58.1 feet between stations 3 plus 71.70 and 4 plus 29.80 based on following evidence of hardships. A, the property is irregularly shaped, which causes the variance. B, the road is designed to avoid the existing home on the property. C, the variation is not great enough to cause detriment to public safety, health, or welfare of the public, nor would it be injurious to other properties in the neighborhood. Knox County EPW recommends approval of this variance based on the justifications provided by the applicant. Second motion related to concept plan, approve the concept plan subject to 7 conditions. Motion 3 on the development plan, approve the development plan for up to 21 single-family lots and peripheral setback reduction from 35 feet to 20 feet and 15 feet as shown on the development plan subject to the 1 noted condition. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Drew Staton, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee 37939.
Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, Mr. Staton, would you like to comment?
No, sir, thank you.
Commission?
I'd like to make a motion, if I could.
Yes, you may.
Let me get myself pulled up here.
Related to the variance.
All right, hang on.
What's that? And you don't have to read all that, you can just,
as per staff recommendation,
yes.
approve the variance to reduce tangent distances as per staff recommendation.
Okay. And we've got a motion by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve the variance. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion on the concept plan.
I'll make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 7 conditions as per staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Levinson to approve the concept plan subject to 7 conditions, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion.
Approve the development plan for up to 21 single-family lots and peripheral setback reduction from 35 to 20 feet and 15 feet as shown on the development plan, subject to 1 condition.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, related to approve the development plan for up to 21 single-family lots and the peripheral setback reduction from 35 feet, 20, and 15 feet as shown on the development plan, subject to the 1 condition. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 36, subdivisions 8014 Asheville Highway. Applicant developer Masana Investments LLC. Location south side of Asheville Highway, north side of Strawberry Plains Pike, west side of Tribute Lane. Approximate acreage 46.54 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre, general business, and office park. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land, and rural residential. Proposed use, attached and detached residential subdivision. Number of lots, 216. This will require subdivision variances and also alternative design standards. Let's see here. This is going to take 3 motions. Staff recommendation on motion 1 related to the variance 1. Approve the variance to reduce the tangent distance between the broken back curves on Road E from 150 feet to 86.52 feet between STA 7 plus 08.75 and 7 plus 95.27 based on the following evidence of hardships. A, property shape requires a reverse curve to maintain a 90-degree intersection with Road D on the south side of Road E intersection. B, the location of the tangent is at intersection of Road E and Road D, where traffic on Road E must stop. C, approval of the variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because of the stop condition on Road E. Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works recommends approval of this variance based on the justification provided by the applicant. Motion 2 related to variance 2. Approve the variance to reduce the minimum vertical curve K value on Road B from 25 to 20 at STA 1 plus 15 based on the following evidence of hardships. A, the property is relatively steep at the location of Road B with a maximum elevation change of 20 feet from near the Asheville Highway intersection to the midway point between the intersections of Road C and Road D. B, the steepest portion of this property coincides with the location of the request and the topography is unique to the property. C, approval of variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because the requested K value meets AASHTO and transportation officials, American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, AASHTO. The Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works recommends approval of this variance based on justification provided by the applicant. Motion, this is actually going to be 5 motions. Motion 3, alternative design. Approve the alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. Motion 4, approve the concept plan subject to 15 conditions. Motion 5, approve the development plan for up to 216 dwelling units on individual lots subject to 4 conditions. And the applicant is before us. Do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, would you like to comment?
I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Appreciate your time.
All right, Commission. Commissioner Levinson.
I move that we approve the variance to reduce the tangent distance between broken back curves on Road E, subject to staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion to approve variance 1 per staff recommendation by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion.
Okay. Approve the alternative design standard based on the
Let's see,
justification.
variance 2. Let's address variance 2.
Wait a minute. I'm lost. Someone else do it.
Oh, come on, hang in there, Commissioner. You can do it.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the minimum vertical curve K value on Road B from 25 to 20 at STA 1 plus 15 based upon the evidence listed.
Which is A, B, and C. Okay. Do we have a second? All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson on variance 2, and that was seconded by Commissioner Midas. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, motion 3.
Approve the concept plan subject to 15.
Motion 3 related to the alternative design standards.
Am I wrong again? I'm not
Oh,
doing
there's
it.
a third variance? I don't see a third variance. Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the alternative design standards based upon the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
All right, we have a motion. Motion 3, as it relates to approve the alternative design standards based on justification provided by the applicant and recommendations, Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works, by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Midas. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'll make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the 15 conditions stated.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Midas, to approve the concept plan subject to 15 conditions. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 216 dwelling units on individual lots, subject to the 4 stated conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Midas, to approve the development plan for up to 216 dwelling units on individual lots, subject to the 4 conditions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Well, some of these, I think we need an auctioneer.
38.
Agenda item 38. This will require 3 motions. Subdivision Roland Manor, applicant developer Josh Sanderson, location east side of Swafford Road, south of Ginn Road. Approximate acreage, 50.54 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre and floodway. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land, and water. Proposed use, detached residential subdivision. Number of lots, 70. Staff recommendation is to approve the alternative design standard based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. On this concept plan, motion 2 would be approve the concept plan subject to 17 conditions. Motion 3 on the development plan, approve the development plan for up to 70 detached residential lots, subject to the 1 condition. Mr. Sanderson is before us. Do we have any opposition? We do have opposition. Would you like to proceed or defer?
Opposition.
Okay. If you'll state your name and address, please.
Yeah, I'm David Nanstead. I live at 2838 Swafford Road, 37932. So I'd like to express some local opposition to the Roland Manor subdivision being served off of Swafford Road. For the commission's benefit, I'll describe Swafford Road as an extremely narrow, rural, local country street with an extremely narrow old bridge that's more narrow than the road it serves. So, and additionally, the bridge is currently on TDEC's bridge inventory with the recommendation to widen it because it's so narrow. So I realize, though, that the current traffic impact study concluded that there were minimal impacts due to the first phase of this development, which I think is 70 units. However, I think the approval of the first phase can't be fully considered without understanding the full impacts from the entire project, which goes up to 750 units. So also, the area is classified as rural living. I think that's RL place type. So residential development in RL areas must be off of a collector road. And so according to the Knox County, that's according to the Knox County Growth Policy Plan. And Swafford Road is classified as a local street according to the traffic impact study performed. So it doesn't seem like it would qualify as the appropriate road type for this kind of development to be located off of. Essentially, I'm asking the commission to deny the plan since the proposed access for the phase 1 is off a local street and not a collector road as required by the Knox County Growth Policy Plan. And then secondly, until a traffic impact study is performed that studies the impact of the entire development, not just phase 1, I'd I think that makes sense to ensure the developer is going to plan for a complete set of off-site improvements that may be necessary based on the full build-out. And then finally, I'd like to point the commission to all of the community comments regarding this development, particularly with regard to the explosion of development in the Hardin Valley area, and the risks of overdevelopment in this area, and that's supported by infrastructure that's not appropriate or able to safely support it. And so with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Sanderson?
Josh Sanderson, 4909 Ball Road. Good evening. I had the opportunity to meet with Commissioner Kim Frazier and the Planning Alliance at the church last week sometime. And the first thing we wanted to make clear was that when we bought this land 4 or 5 years ago, we have no intention of the main access being off Swofford and Gwynn. The day we bought it, or the day we even identified the property, we always knew we would have to build a bridge over Sam Lee, or over Beaver Creek from Sam Lee Road. So we do not see this access being the main access. So that's why we're only submitting 70 lots. As far as the traffic impact study, we're 2 years from even having the first homeowner move into this property on the phase 1. How much more is going to be affected in 24 months in Hardin Valley, let alone this is a 10-year project. It's hard to, we don't even know where we're going to cross the bridge. We don't know what's going to happen to Sam Lee. It might be that we could do a traffic impact study and the offsite right now could come back minimum, or just fix the bridge and fix what they're talking about. Or it could come back more strenuous as things get more clustered. So we're rolling the dice there. Made it clear to staff when they asked for a full traffic impact study, we don't know the full design here. We don't know the concept. We don't have the picture that we have at Belltown. So again, this is a 10-year project. So that's the reason you're only seeing the 70 lots. We have to start at the back, but if it's up to us, we know we want to come from the front at Sam Lee. And we know that once we do have that access to Sam Lee, that we will have Sam Lee improvements. We'll have to widen or do it. We're talking about doing a turnaround or a roundabout into the bridge and making that road less dangerous. So that's where we're at right now. The last condition that Mike Reynolds added was for us to widen from our entrance down Swofford to the 18-foot, which is passable, which we're agreeable to. But this won't be the last time y'all see Roland Manor come in front of you. We will have to come in front of you every single phase. So this is 70. When we want to build on lot 71, I'll be back in front of you with a new traffic impact study saying, look, this is how the 70 lots have changed this environment. This is the existing environment. This is the new environment, and what else we're going to have to do. So we thought this was the best way to approach this project. And I'll yield my time for any other questions or comments.
Thank you. Commission?
I do have a question. Or Mr. Sanderson. So I see that you guys are going to keep the house, and then looked like there's a large common area that looked to be 10 or 12 acres that you're trying to conserve for the homeowners, the future homeowners. Can you tell me what you're doing with the house?
Yeah, so that's a 12,000 all bricks, 7 fireplace, slate roof. To replace that thing, it cost $10 million to build it today. We, with codes participating, would love to turn this into the clubhouse. What that looks like, we don't know, but that we would love to let every homeowner in there enjoy the use of that area, surround it, put the community pool, workout facility, and then we have across the street onto Beaver Creek, maybe a kayak area, just whatever kind of the amenities allow it to be, but we have every intention of keeping the house and making it the clubhouse.
Yeah, that's great. As I said at pre-agenda, I'm very familiar with this property. I actually walked it several years ago. It's a beautiful property. I have no doubt that you guys will do a great job with it. And the Blue Way, I mean, Beaver Creek down through there is considered a Blue Way now, so I think that would be great if you worked in a.
Yeah, we would love to. The Beaver Creek Kayak Club has done an incredible job cleaning up the creek. So is obviously Knox County Stormwater. So we would love to participate with them and see what we can do to help improve and encourage the kayaking and the use of the creek.
Yeah, I think that's great. I personally think that numbers 7 and 8, I believe those are the ones that talk about the road improvements out there. But Mr. Elliott, could you speak to that a little bit on the road improvements that could be required in the future?
Yeah, without seeing a traffic study, it'd be hard. There was an intersection we're going to convert to a three-way stop to help with some sight distance. Our staff did measure from their intersection back up to Gwynn. There was a small section that's below 18 feet, so we're going to ask them to widen that. But without seeing the full scope of the traffic impact study, it would be hard to say what improvements may or may not be required.
Right, but I believe, again, conditions 7 and 8 probably cover that for the community. I think that's sufficient protection for the public that they know that Engineering Public Works won't allow intense development to happen on that property until improvements are made.
Yes, that's correct. And there's going to become a point that the fire code will require them to have a second access point. So there's some assurances there that second access will be put in and that some of the traffic will be distributed out on the Sam Lee rather than all on the Swafford and Gwynn.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Anybody else have any questions? Well, I'll just go ahead and make a motion to approve the alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Levinson, to approve the alternative design standards as he described. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 17 conditions.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Levinson, to approve the concept plan subject to the 17 noted conditions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 70 detached residential lots subject to one condition.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Levinson, to approve the development plan for up to 70 detached residential lots, subject to one noted condition. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 39, subdivision Humberto Rodriguez, property Curtin Road. Applicant developer Humberto Rodriguez. Location, west side of Curtin Road, northeast of Andes Road, approximate acreage, 1.6 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, and vacant land. Proposed use, single-family residential subdivision. Number of lots, 8. And this is going to require 4 motions. We have variance 1. Motion recommendation is to approve the variance to reduce the pavement radius from 40 feet to 35 feet on the cul-de-sac based on the following evidence of hardships. A, the subject property is very narrow and a larger radius will not work on this property. B, the radius reduction is necessary because of the narrow property and it will not affect a traffic hazard. It will not cause a traffic hazard. C, the granting of the variance will not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare, and fire, pump, or emergency vehicle will still be able to navigate the cul-de-sac. Knox County EPW recommend approval of this variance based on the justifications provided by the applicant. Motion 2, related to variance 2. Approve the variance to reduce the intersection spacing between 2 local streets, the proposed road and Ishman Way, from 125 feet to 119 feet based on the following evidence of hardships. A, subject property is very narrow and the southern corner is located across Curtin Road from Ishman Way. The proximity of this property to Ishman Way causes the need for a variance. B, the intersection spacing is necessary because of the property's proximity to Ishman Way and because it is narrow. It will not cause a traffic hazard. C, granting of the variance will not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because the placement of the proposed road maximizes sight distance. Knox County EPW recommend approval of this variance based on justifications provided by the applicant. Motion 3, concept plan. Approve the concept plan subject to 5 noted conditions. Motion 4, development plan. Approve the development plan for up to 8 single-family houses on individual lots and reduce to the peripheral setback from 35 to 25 feet and 20 feet as shown on the development plan, subject to the 1 noted condition. Is the applicant before us?
Yes.
All right, do we have opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, would you like to proceed?
We urge that you approve per staff recommendation, please.
Commission?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the pavement radius from 40 feet to 35 feet on the cul-de-sac based on the evidence of hardships set forth in the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Levinson to approve the variance as he further described, related to variance 1. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the intersection spacing between 2 local streets, the proposed road and Ishman Way, from 125 feet to 119 feet, based upon the evidence of hardship provided in the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Levinson to approve the variance as he described. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the 5 stated conditions.
Second.
Where were we? Concept plan? Okay. Motion 3, approve the concept plan subject to the 5 noted conditions, and that motion was made by Commissioner Levinson and Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Overton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 8 single-family houses on individual lots and reduce to the peripheral setback from 35 feet to 25 feet and 20 feet as shown in the development plan, subject to the 1 stated condition.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Levinson to approve the development plan for up to 8 single-family houses on individual lots, and as he further described. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 40, subdivisions Black Ridge Point. Applicant developer is Justin Brainer. Location, south side of Black Road, northeast of North Campbell Station Road. Approximate acreage is 8.35 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 2.99 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, rural residential, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Proposed use, attached residential subdivision. Number of lots, 24. This will require 4 motions. Motion 1, staff recommendation as related to the variance. Approve the variance to reduce the K value of Road A from 25 to 20 at PVI Station 1 plus 12.00 based on the following evidence of hardships. A, this property with the HP designation slopes down by approximately 62 feet from the edge of Black Road to the rear boundary. There's a 28.8-foot elevation change along the right-of-way of Road A from its intersection of Black Road to the approximate middle of Road A at Station 4+00. B, the topography is unique to the property. Approval of this variance will result in less disturbance within the HP designation of this property. C, approval of the variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare, as there are no apparent site distance issues on Black Road and no through connectivity via Road A. Motion 2, approve the requested alternative design standard to reduce the street frontage of the lots identified, provided that guest parking will be accommodated by increasing the pavement width of Road A to 26 feet as recommended in condition 1 of the concept plan. Motion 3, approve the concept plan subject to 11 conditions. Motion 4, approve the development plan for a residential subdivision of one existing house and up to 23 attached dwelling units in the PR zone based on the acreage on the final plat and a peripheral setback reduction from 35 feet to 15 feet along the western and eastern boundaries as delineated in Exhibit B, subject to the 3 noted conditions. And I see an applicant before us. If you'll state your name and address, please.
My name is Justin Briner. I live at this property, 11912 Black Road, Knoxville.
Do we have opposition? We do have opposition, and would you like to proceed or defer?
I will defer.
Okay. All right. So we have, is it Robert Brylowski? Yeah, I get it.
Robert Brylowski. I reside at 1290 Loggerhead Lane, 37932. I am here to request postponement of action today to allow opportunity for further review and conversation with the neighboring property owners. My comments are also directed to Justin here, and I expect he will give a response to them. You and the staff have received multiple comments which have all raised grave concerns concerning the risks of increased storm flooding downhill and hillside destabilization resulting from the proposed conceptual plan that is before the Commission. You have seen Justin's diagram showing water flows in the parcel, and you have also seen the concept plan that he showed us, the Braxton Creek neighbors, in August. There is also the concept plan that Justin provided in his zoning application in February 2024 that I didn't include in my public comments before, but I think would be useful to view at this time, and that's on the back side of your sheet. Justin has consistently told us that he recognizes that the ravine area is not suitable for development and knows that we have flooding concerns particularly related to that area. This is reflected in these earlier concept diagrams. The February diagrams contains a line of east-west houses, but note that they are located close below his residence so as to leave a substantial undisturbed buffer zone below them above Braxton Creek. And by placing these houses further uphill, the storm flows can be easily directed towards the retention pond at the southwest corner, which is believed to be the main control for storm runoff. The August plan, as I previously discussed, concentrates the development within the southwest portion even closer to the retention pond and leaves the hillside above Braxton Creek undisturbed. Remember that the southwest region has the least slope as well and thus requires less land remodeling and surface disturbance. I thus do not understand why in the current plan, Justin has now decimated the hillside buffer area above Braxton Creek by placing a line of 17 houses that leaves only 35 feet of setback on the southern property line. In this location, one now has to fight the topography and natural water flows to attempt to channel stormwater to the retention pond. And even worse, as I read his map, it shows some of these houses intruding into that ravine area that's already has very steep slopes. Why the necessity to create a housing plan that entails major challenges and no margin for error when there are alternative designs that could utilize the natural land features rather than fighting them? Is it not better to preclude engineering challenges rather than creating problems and then putting the focus on solving their consequences? Consequences that could be prevented from arising in the first place by working cooperatively with the land features. I would also ask Justin, who has hitherto stated an interest in being a good neighbor and has seemed responsive to our input in revising his earlier plans, as to why he did not speak with us about this plan and why he has now created a plan that is so tilted against our interests as downhill owners. Is there not a way to create a more balanced approach that addresses all our interests? Why the rush towards approval rather than taking the necessary time to get things right? Please, let's allow more time and offer occasion to consider all the interests of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one more signed up. Yuri Jindon.
Yes, so my name is Yuri Jindin, and I live at 11924 Black Road. So this development actually will further increase the traffic on Campbell Station Road, which leads to Black Road and further to Hardin Valley.
Mr. Jindon, if you don't mind moving toward the microphone a little
yeah.
bit so I could hear you.
So this road is congested, very congested right now after there was a huge development along Fred's Road, which also connected to Campbell Station Road. So without, providing additional infrastructure, you will be stuck with all this traffic, which goes to Fred's and then to Black and then to Hardin Valley. You cannot develop so much, properties without providing additional infrastructure. That means widening the Campbell Station Road.
Thank you for your comments. All right.
Well, good evening, and thank you for your time. Pull up some notes here. I appreciate my neighbors coming and voicing their opinion on my project, and my concern is their concern, and our process is to go through the process that you guys have in place, which is engineering and design, and that's when the majority of those concerns are going to be addressed. I'd like to take this time to talk about the conditions that you guys have set for approval. I think it's 11 conditions you guys have on the approval for the concept. And that's what I'm concerned with, some of the language in there. And I don't know if you want to go through those one at a time or just me tell you about it.
Why don't you just give us an overview there of your concerns?
Okay. So number one was increasing the pavement width of the road to 26 feet to accommodate on-street guest parking. During the process, going back and forth with staff and EPW, there's limited information on what that requirement is. And my team, my engineers need to better understand what that requirement is to be able to put it down to paper, let alone design, the subdivision around it. So I'm just asking that since EPW kind of, handles the approval process on that we can maybe change some language on there. So I'm going to start off by saying, we started submitting the ADS from requesting a reduction in the driving surface width from 26 to 24. Per the coordination with EPW would prefer a 22-foot road width with some off-street parking. However, planning, staff, EPW, and the subdivision regs could not provide me the requirement for guest parking to incorporate them into our concept plan.
Mr. Brainer, we can go through these if you want, but would it be more appropriate that maybe we delay this and let you get with engineering?
I've done that. And I understand their hands are tied because the subregs don't provide the information we need. So right now, the concept plan has a parking requirement or parking notes on it, that tells you how many, which currently meet the off-street parking. But this whole guest parking, if anybody here can tell me, that'd be great.
Mr. Elliott, would you like to comment on that?
The subregs just say provide off-street parking. There's no guidance on how many or what. Obviously, with the narrowness of the lots, we didn't feel like 22-foot wide pavement was adequate for on-street parking. So we either asked that they provide off-street parking or 26-foot wide streets.
And so where I'm going with it is if I know how many parking spaces you're looking for, I might be able to widen driveways to fit two You know, there's things that we can do. I'm just trying to limit the disturbed area, and I need to know what the requirement is to do that. And since nobody can tell me, all I'm asking is that we change the condition to give him approval for us to work together and come up with a plan that works without having to come back here.
How would you word that?
My suggestion was to basically leave it what it says and then add or a width of 22 feet with the required amount of guest parking.
Mr. Elliott, how do you respond to that?
My preference is that we would approve it here today, showing what he's going to do. I think it leaves too much interpretation in it for my staff to have to decide what is appropriate and what's not. I'd much rather this body review it, allow there to be public input, and approve it here rather than have my staff be the deciding factor.
I also want to add that from
go ahead, Samuel.
From planning perspective, we'd like to see on-street parking rather than a separate off-street parking space that would include more disturbance within the HP area. This property is also within the rural conservation place type, which recommends 50% open space. So an additional parking space will also mean less open space. So we prefer that the pavement width be widened to 26 feet so that the guest parking can be accommodated in that area. And the sub-reg says that the Planning Commission consider adequate guest parking shall be provided throughout the development to consider the reduced lot frontage, which is another their request. So if we do not consider guest parking, we cannot really approve the other alternative design standard they are requesting.
It all boils back down to knowing how much parking would be required to get that, and nobody can tell me that. And so I'm just...
Mr. Elliott?
I think if he provides a 26-foot wide street, he's providing adequate on-street parking that would satisfy the condition.
Okay.
Maybe that's where the confusion's coming in, is that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it could, but, you know, that 4-foot difference would also make a difference in the disturbed area. You know, again, we haven't gone through design. All I'm trying to do is give us some options to work through when we go to do the design on the road. If 22-foot is less disturbance and we can accommodate a 2-car garage and a wider driveway or something to get 3 units or 3 parking spaces per unit instead of 4.
Mr. Elliott?
I don't think driveway or 2-car garage would satisfy the condition of off-street parking. That's parking for the home. The subregs say off-street parking specifically.
The zoning ordinance also defines the off-street parking as garage, driveway, I can't remember.
So we, even though we have most of the evening here before us, let's try to cut through this. So okay, that's your one request on item 1. How many others you got?
Not many. Number 10, I was just would like some additional language there where basically it says providing a type B landscape screen along the rear boundary between 14 through 30. And then I would like it to be added where a reduction in peripheral setback is approved. So it's not expecting it to go all the way across, just where you approve the reduction in the setback per my request. The next one is related to the approve on the development. I'm sorry?
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
2 things, actually. One, the comment that was just made about the buffer. I don't see why the buffer would change based upon a setback. And since there are additional ones, this really does seem like it should go back to planning to discuss some of these specific items.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that myself.
I know the goal is to help this happen.
To keep it move it forward, but I mean, you've got some very, very specific questions that we can't really answer right here today.
I understand. That's why I was just trying to give language to work it out with EPW. But again, if what Mr. Elliott's saying is correct, where, off-street parking doesn't count in garage and driveway, and 26 is the answer, then I'm fine with that approval. I just would hate to get into it to realize that I don't have to disturb as much area because it does count towards it. So that's all, I'm just kind of in this area where I'm trying to provide information on things that might be able to be worked out in design.
Well, in my experience, the engineering public works is very good to work with, so I wouldn't be concerned about that.
Okay.
Okay.
The last, really my other one is regarding the approval on the development plan. Number 2, I just wanted some clarity because I know, obviously you can't build half a unit. And so in past where the density works out to be, needs to be reduced down, I would thought that basically if it doesn't work out to an even number, you would round up instead of down. So I'm just, if that's the case, the 10.034 acres gives you an even number of 30, but if I understand correctly, 9.87 would also give me the 30 units. So I'm just trying to, I say 30, I was talking about the whole subdivision, but that's just because that's what this is talking about.
I think traditionally, some of you could probably speak to this, but I think it's always been the process to round it down. Is that not accurate?
That is correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way it's always worked. If it's 3.99, it's really 3. That's how many units you get.
Okay, I just wanted clarity on that. And then the last one, which I think you guys have talked about in some other cases, is in regards to that, what the heck is it, the MAU, I think it was. Trying to jump forward on the things that matter to you. Where I would have to add to the right-of-way, or, you could come back with the right-of-way. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think you're referring to the MOU if they.
Yes.
If there's something found during the permitting phase that would require improvements within public right-of-way, and then it'd be your responsibility to pay for it versus if it wasn't identified today, but during the permitting phase, it's like, oh, we need a new pipe underneath the road or something. That's going to be your responsibility.
And this is just subject to the road that I'm putting in, not down the street?
Well, I'm going to leave that to Steve. But there could be other reasons.
Yeah, it could be anything off-site. We've just ran into scenarios where we get a plan approved.
We're getting kind of, off track here. So we've been very generous with the time here. Let's move on and let's see here. Commission. Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, sorry. Is this one of the things that we can, as commission, can postpone? Okay.
We can, but we may, I would suggest that you look to the applicant developer and say, hey, if we were willing to pass it in this form, you're willing to move forward.
Okay. I think with all of these notes, it only makes sense to postpone if you want those notes. They're just too many little things for us to work in, I think, right now. Does that sound good to you, or do you want us to just vote on as is?
Vote on it based on staff recommendation.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, I'll make a motion to approve per staff's recommendation for the first motion, for the variance 1, to reduce the minimum vertical curve crest K value from 25 to 20 at PVI STA 1+12 on Public Road A.
We have a motion related to variance 1 by Commissioner Higgins, and Commissioner Anderson gave us a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve, is it variance, or the alternative design standard? Reduce the street frontage of lots 8, 13, 14, and 30 from 25 to 20 feet. Per staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Anderson on motion 2 related to the alternative design standard. as described in the staff recommendation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then, is it the concept plan next?
Yes.
Make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the 11 conditions per staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion to approve concept plan subject to 11 conditions by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then make a motion to approve the development plan for residential subdivision of one existing house and up to 23 attached dwelling units in the PR zone based on the acreage on the final plat and peripheral setback reduction from 35 to 15 feet along the western and eastern boundaries as delineated in Exhibit B, subject to the following 3 conditions. Per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, as it relates to motion number 4 on the development plan as described in the recommendation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 41, subdivision, Brackett Road subdivision, applicant developer Ball Homes, location north and east sides of Brackett Road, north of Tall Shadow Lane. 34.7 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 2 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, and vacant land. Proposed use, detached residential subdivision.
I'm John Zat. Oops, excuse me.
This will require 2 motions. The staff recommendation is to approve the concept plan subject to 12 conditions. And motion 2, development plan, approve the development plan for up to 69 detached residential lots subject to the 2 conditions. I see the applicant before us. Do we have any opposition? All right, seeing no opposition, you may proceed.
I'm John Valiant. I represent Ball Homes, and we ask that this commission approve this pursuant to the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Commission?
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Midas.
Go ahead, Commissioner Huber.
Commissioner Huber, Vice Chair Huber.
Okay, sorry, anybody. Okay, so I'd make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 12 conditions stated.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Levinson to approve the concept plan subject to 12 conditions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 69 detached residential lots subject to the 2 conditions stated.
Second.
Vice Chair Huber's made a motion, seconded by Commissioner Levinson to approve the development plan for up to 69 detached residential lots, subject to the 2 noted conditions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 42, applicant Doug Justice, Jelly Bean Properties. Location, north side of Crenshaw Road, east of Maryville Pike, south side of West Governor Johnsonville Highway, 4.33 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 8 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, multi-dwelling development. The motion, staff recommendation, is to approve the development plan for up to 32 multi-dwelling units as depicted on the site plan, subject to the 14 conditions. Is the applicant before us? Do we have any opposition? Any opposition? Is the applicant here?
I don't see the applicant here. This property or this project was postponed a few times to evaluate the moving the access potentially to Maryville Pike instead of on Crenshaw Road. Ultimately, we determined that keeping the access on Crenshaw was most appropriate. The applicant was fine with the conditions of approval. If you have any concerns or questions, I might be able to answer them, but just leave it at that.
Commission? Commissioner Higgins?
One motion?
Yeah,
correct?
one motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 32 multi-dwelling units as depicted on the site plan, subject to 14 conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Levinson, to approve the development plan for up to 32 multi-dwelling units as depicted on the site plan, subject to the 14 noted conditions. All in favor, we have Commissioner Midas.
Hey, Mike, did that include the right turn onto Crenshaw with the island?
It should have that. Yes, condition number 13 is to limit vehicles to a right out only onto Crenshaw Road by providing a curbed island in the driveway per the requirements of Knox County Engineering Public Works.
Perfect, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second, right? Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
46.
Agenda item 46. Tommy Hunt, location northeast side of Concord Road, north side of Second Drive, 4.85 acres. Zoning is neighborhood commercial, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, fueling station and restaurant. This will require one motion. Staff recommendation, approve the requested fuel station and restaurant, subject to 11 conditions to ensure the proposed use is consistent with development standards for uses permitted on review. Councilor Mullins, do we have any opposition? We do have opposition. 46. I've got one person signed up to speak. Jonathan, do you want to proceed or defer?
I'll defer, please. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Jonathan Harris? Are there any others that want to speak? Okay.
You should also indicate on the record that Commissioner Overton has recused herself.
Oh. Do you know it was a recusal? Was it a recusal?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Commissioner Overton is recusing herself related to this case. You may proceed.
Okay. Sorry. John Harris, 1009 Olive Road, 37934. I am a resident and speak on behalf of the Historic Village of Concord, the National Register Historic District that is adjacent to this development. In the spirit of compromise, we support approval of all of the staff recommended conditions. We do have 2 additional conditions to ask for and an environmental concern. The first condition, we would like to see something like what you had just on agenda item 42, condition number 13, reading limiting vehicles to a ride-out only on the Second Drive by providing a curbed island in the driveway per the requirements of Knox County Engineering and Public Works during permitting. This was a similar condition on the previous plan. The applicant argued it would prevent trucks pulling boats from turning into the establishment. If the curb was designed in a way to allow this turn, then this would not be an issue. Engineering and Public Works can provide you with more information and help today if you'll ask them to do so. A sign for local-only traffic is not effective. It will not prevent through traffic due to GPS routing. If a GPS says to turn left, drivers will turn left. How many of you blindly follow GPS directions? We have 2 bus stops on Second Drive where children wait for school. There is no shoulder on this road. A few months ago, a student in the next neighborhood was struck while waiting for the bus. The driver was cutting through their neighborhood in order to avoid traffic on Concord Road. What if one of our children is injured or even killed because of cut-through traffic due to this, leaving this gas station? The second condition is the removal of the drive lanes behind the building. These lanes invite vehicles to the rear section of the property, along with the noise, light, and exhaust that this traffic or idling delivery trucks will bring. Elimination of the 2 drive lanes would reduce the impervious surface by more than 5,000 square feet, reducing runoff and the size of the required detention ponds. There's also an excess of 22 parking spots above the 42 required spots. This is 4,000 square feet of impervious surface additionally. The lanes are not required for the suppliers to deliver. There is already an excess of alternate delivery area on the property. Having worked in many restaurants my whole life and accepting thousands of deliveries, I can assure you that suppliers will modify the deliveries and the schedules to fit the needs of the business. We are concerned that the drive-through window was removed from this plan to make it easier for approval. Our support for this proposal comes in good faith that the applicant is not using this as a less controversial means of gaining initial approval only to add a drive-through use at a later date. Third, we would like to note genuine concern for the sinkhole that is present on this property. Gary Tucker, one of our residents who is an engineer, submitted compelling public comments with observations. We are concerned about the use of fueling stations and underground fuel storage tanks on a property where there's an active sinkhole. Lastly, I feel compelled to address the pump limits. We just don't have time to lay out a full argument for this point. We support the staff recommendation and the limit on the number of pumps. It is self-evident that unlimited is not appropriate for the CN zone. Therefore, it is entirely appropriate to limit the number of pumps in this case. Planning Commission has the authority to impose conditions regarding the location, character, or other features of the proposed use of land or buildings as it may deem advisable in the furtherance of the general purpose of the regulations. The hallmark of the CN zone is limits. It limits the building height, square footage, signage, and setbacks. These limits focus on the intensity and lessening the impact of the adjacent neighborhood. In conclusion, the review process is not about maximizing profitability for a business, but compatibility with residential areas. Profitability is not a design performance standard. The use on review process is to provide appropriate provisions for the impact of development on an area, which in this case is a historic residential neighborhood. Mr. Hunt could have purchased property somewhere else, but he chose this property. He must accept the limits and the neighbors that come with it. Thank you for your consideration, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Would you give me 30 seconds to ask my client a question before I start my comments, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I'm sorry. Sorry, false start. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant. We went through this application pretty extensively back in June, so I do appreciate the neighbors coming and focusing their comments on a few things. That really helps me be able to address that, especially this late in the evening. And I know Mr. Davis made a joke about attorneys getting paid by the hour. I know you guys do not, so thank you very much for still being here and still paying attention. Just to address the neighbors' comments really quickly, the curbed island, we've talked about that and we've looked at that. I mean, there is a concern about vehicles turning left from Second Drive into the development with boats and trailers. There's also a concern about our delivery trucks that may have to access that. We're going to have to improve Second Drive, but still having left turns with into the property with an island that restricts left turns out does create an issue with the turn radius. That could cause some safety issues. That's the reason why we didn't do that. We think most people that are going to be using this are already familiar with the area, aren't going to be blindly relying on GPS, and aren't going to be going into the old Concord neighborhood through Second Drive unless they intend to. I live very close to this property. I drive this area. I drive Loop Road in Woody multiple times a week. I love, sometimes I'll go through this neighborhood because I want to see the historic nature of it. I respect that, and I think this plan respects that as well. The sinkhole, we've had geotechnical engineering. We don't believe it's a sinkhole, but we'll continue to work with Engineering Public Works through the design plan and to make sure they're comfortable with that. And so any environmental concerns with that would be addressed. But our preliminary engineering and geotechnical information indicates that it's not an actual sinkhole. It's an old man-made depression. We hit, I think they actually did some bore augers and it hit refusal pretty soon into it, so that, it wasn't open, there's no open throat or anything below. The drive lanes, I understand they're concerned about a bait and switch, that we're going to somehow then slip a drive-through in since we didn't. We're not going to do that, but even if someone were to want to do that, that has to come back through. That is another use on review. We couldn't do that without coming back through this body with a revised design plan, revised concept and development plan. And, you guys would hear that then. So, the reason that is there is for safety. Now, I think the gentleman who spoke said, delivery individuals will find a way to get it done. Yes, they will, but we want to find a way to do it that is safest for the delivery individuals, for our employees, and for the people that are coming to this development, to this gas station to use it. And the diagram they put shows plenty of places for large vehicles to park. They also have to back out, and that causes conflicts with the patrons that are using the property and patronizing it. So we think this is the safest plan to allow the delivery trucks to come around the back to avoid those conflicts. Pump limits, minute and 44 seconds. It is hard to address that, which is why I sent a very detailed letter out to everybody to review it. I am concerned when you speak of intent, and there's general statutory and ordinance constructions, you don't get to the intent of an ordinance if you can apply it by the plain language. And the fact is, the plain language of this ordinance does not have any standards related to the number of pumps. I have cited cases after cases where on a use on review, you have to do things within existing standards. You can't just create a standard because you think it's more appropriate. Mr. Reynolds, I respect his opinions. He said on agenda review, at some point you just know when it's too big. Well, that's a subjective standard. We've had other developments, other neighborhood commercial developments for gas stations where they have come up with a different decision. Saying 4 is more appropriate, but not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8. That is the very definition of arbitrary. And we ask that condition be removed. I believe it was Commissioner Huber said you don't want us to set ourselves up for failure. And yes, this would set this up to where we would not be successful. If people are coming to a gas station and they have to wait for pumps, they're not going to come back. And that's what's going to happen. So when you look at what makes sense for the pumps, you look at the average daily vehicle traffic. On Concord here, with a $20 million investment per 2023 TPO, it's 15,482. Every other gas station with the same number of pumps have less traffic than this. So average, we're trying to intercept that traffic, and that is in the context of the neighborhood, is that it fronts Concord Road. Be happy to answer any questions, and thank you all for your patience.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. A quick question for the applicant. Starting off, I completely understand the rationale for the wraparound behind the building. Why 2 lanes? Why not just make it 1 lane, 1 way? Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, if you look at C103, it'll kind of explain that delivery for food services are unloaded in the back of the door, adding operational efficiency and providing additional safety for vendors. Do you want to answer this question, Tom?
Yeah, most of our food
Hunt,
deliveries.
if you'll state your name and address, please.
Tommy Hunt, Callaway Oil, Easy Stop Food Marts, 1313 Turnberry Lane, Maryville, Tennessee. Most of the deliveries that we will be getting will be tractor trailers. Hackney has short tractor trailers, Coke, Pepsi, and that's the turning radius that they need to be able to clear and come behind the building and get out of the customer's way.
So it's not really two separate lanes as much as it is just
the width of the
one wide lane.
Right.
Okay.
And same thing for the garbage trucks. Their length, their turning radiuses are wider.
Okay, that's kind of what I figured, but wanted to confirm. Because also, I'm assuming that if you could save on asphalt, you would shave that down and make it smaller and save costs there.
If we got one truck parked and one coming in, they've got to be able to get around.
So in regards to the pumps, you know, I think that the number of pumps with the smaller building almost feels even more out of proportion now, with the building footprint being smaller. So I agree with staff, and I understand that there's some disagreement with that process, and I think for the scope of this discussion, we'll go with what staff says is possible and let y'all figure out. I'll figure that out outside of this. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
Second.
Vice Chair Huber.
Well, I was going to throw out a question too, though. I mean, with respect to number 12, that the opposition was bringing up about the island again, would you be open to doing a painted island? Have you ever seen that? Yeah, instead of raising it, it's just a little more of a visual out there. If you have the signage, I agree. Sometimes the signage is a little bit.
We don't mind doing striping, you know, on the turn. The curb ones, Farragut would not allow a left turn lane at the other driveway.
Right.
That's the Farragut city limit, so we figure trucks, probably 50% are coming down south, others are coming off North Shore, so they've got to be able to turn and get in, so their drag wheels will go over, and
right.
You know, you'll have lawnmowers falling off and
Yes.
and weed eaters, so we prefer, if we have to, just
Yeah,
go strike.
and I was just throwing it out there as a, you know, because visually it might help a little bit, but, I mean, there's a motion on the floor right now anyway. But, you know, with respect to the pumps, I've put a lot of thought into it as well, and, you know, Mr. Harris even mentioned, you know, a minute ago that with neighborhood commercial, the hallmark is limitations. There's limitations on, as we know, building size now, limitations on height, limitations on uses, limitations on everything. But what it doesn't limit is gas pumps. And I think that's telling, you know. You know, there's a lot of different examples around. And this is why I asked Mike at pre-agenda, I hadn't even seen any of this other information yet, but I asked him what the traffic count was on Concord Road in that area. And it was spelled out very nicely from the counselor here in comparison to other ones. You know, so that's where, you know, my mind went. You know, there's one on Harvey Road that it got compared to that has 8 points of sale, 4 pumps, but this location is triple the traffic count. I mean, it's 3 times as much. There's another one on Gleason has another one, but this location has twice as much traffic. Ebenezer Road, again, there's 5,000 more cars a day at the location we're talking about, you know, with you know, more pumps. So to me, it bodes that there needs to be more pumps. You know, I mean, this is a service thing. People are going to be driving by. I almost would say it could be unsafe with 4 pumps because it's going to cause a stacking problem. You know, people pulling in, they're just going to start, hey, I need to get some gas. I'm going to run in here real quick. And all of a sudden you've got people backing up out on the second drive or trying to navigate and negotiate inside there. I just see that as a potential issue. You know, again, it's not limited in neighborhood commercial, I think, for a reason. There's many other examples on lesser trafficked roads that have more pumps. So I get it with the neighborhood, but I don't think a difference between 3 gas pumps is going to make a difference. The gas station is going to be there, the restaurant's going to be there. I just don't think it's a stretch.
Well, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. If that one fails, maybe we can address that. Okay, Commissioner Gill.
Okay, sure, thank you. So I understand Counselor's point about the pumps. I think this is a sticking point where we simply say, there is no regulation on this, therefore you can't impose the condition. But I do want to point out that even within your own thing, you say you can't deny a special use if it's not on a regulation. That's fine, but one of the things that is stated in the zoning is that you have the use, it has to be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of that zoning ordinance, and it can't be disruptive to the neighborhood. That's not something that you can put a number to. That is a subjective thing as discussed with the board in front of here. So if the intent is to say you can't tell us how many gas pumps there are going to be, we won't settle for anything less than what we have decided is the correct thing, then you're putting it on this body to decide whether or not that is actually in keeping with the neighborhood. And it's my opinion that 4 is the appropriate number for this area based on that use. And I don't want to limit you. If you want to have more than 7, or you want to have 7 or 8 pumps, great, but then I wouldn't be able to support this. This is one of those projects that has come before us before. It was quite contentious. I was on record at that time being a little bit opposed to it based on these arbitrary numbers of trying to have more than 7,000 or more than 5,000 square feet. I felt that was a bait and switch at that time. This is one of these projects that I do feel like, hey, you met those needs, you've met those requirements. I'm more than happy to see a gas station there, but it is not unreasonable at this point to say, again, we are not trying to maximize the use of this space. We didn't put 7,500 square feet on there. That got kicked back for a reason. It is not trying to be maximally profitable. I don't think that is an unreasonable consideration. So if that 4 pumps is a compromise that can be put into as a condition, then I think that does meet the intent of the zone, even though there is no specific statutory regulation on how many pumps that is. But if it's not, if that's not a condition, and Counselor, I respect your opinion on that, I think you've made a very compelling case that that's not something this body can put on that. And if that's the case and that needs to be struck, then that's not something that I can support within the bounds of the harmony of the general purpose and intent of that ordinance, or in keeping with the character of the neighborhood where it's being located.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Adams.
I just want to say thank you for all of the adjustments that have been made. I did recognize, as Commissioner Gill said, we've looked at this before, it's come back, there's a lot of adjustments, and I appreciate this. I think it made it a better project. I do support the 4 pumps. I think Commissioner Higgins said it right, that it looks weird to have that many pumps that was originally requested with the building size that is structured for neighborhood commercial. I have a question, because the case that we just heard had the same sort of curb, and there weren't issues raised about that. But the council just said that there were issues raised about this curb. And I actually want to ask engineering, because they were invoked, so I'd just like to know what's the difference here? Why is this one problematic and the other one wasn't?
We're not opposed to a concrete island here. On the other one, we wanted that right out put in to make traffic avoid a dangerous intersection. In this case, there's not one. I would propose, rather than paint, maybe we do some sort of roll-over curb where tires can go over it, trailers can go over it, and not do the painted. I think those are pretty successful on roundabouts. So I think you could do something with an island, a splitter island with some rollover curb in it, if the applicant would be open to that.
You know, I'll just say, I think with the other project, it was a multifamily project that will really largely see passenger vehicles and maybe a larger vehicle, on occasion. So it's probably their concern is they're going to see a lot more larger vehicles, and not only just larger vehicles, but vehicles with, as they mentioned, towing trailers and things that will have a larger radius. So I think that's the difference between this project and the other one.
Commissioner I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams, I'm not trying to cut you short.
I know, my light just started doing crazy stuff. I'm not exactly sure how to phrase what you described as, you said it's different than paint, but it is.
Yeah, they could do a raised island with some rollover curb on it.
Would you, Commissioner Higgins, welcome a friendly amendment to add this? Yes?
Yeah, that's why I had my light on. was
Oh,
to- yeah.
oh, excellent. And who seconded? I did. Yeah, would you also? Oh, okay. If you would then add that language as an additional item.
Yeah, with my motion, I'd like to add what number would that be? 12th condition, to include a rollover type curb in the road.
For the right out.
Right out, I'm sorry.
On the second drive.
Let me ask one question. The neighborhood wanted us to shrink the road as rapidly as we could. Knox County had requested us to upgrade Second Avenue, full wide road. The neighborhood said, let's shrink it down as soon as you can to deter people turning left out of the driveway. If we put a raised curb in the driveway and you've got folks coming in, they're going to have to swing further out on the road to get in and clear and miss the raised curb. If we don't have the raised curb, you're not forcing people and forcing us to build a wider roads to accommodate the people to swing wide and not have the trailer hit the car waiting to get out of the driveway.
Well, the intent of the rollover curb is that it's just slightly raised so you can still drive over it.
I understand, but you're also forcing a driver who doesn't want to knock over the contents of his trailer to swing further out, and we've got to build a bigger road to accommodate that for the turning radius. I think you're defeating the purpose the neighborhood wanted to have the road narrower, quicker.
Yeah, so the neighborhood wants it narrowed quicker to the neighborhood, not back towards Concord. So I think what you're talking about works still. What the neighborhood does not want is it to be
Mike,
narrowed.
you're going to have to go further
toward
out
the
the
neighborhood.
right of way at the driveway.
Yeah, but they want it narrower towards the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I'll keep my amendment in there, and I'll make another comment that I've looked around at other stations at more busy intersections and busier parts of town and seen a number that use 4 pumps. I would say that if there's a concern about the capacity here, I believe I've seen a number of stations where they break up the pumps, put some on the sides, have different ways. I'm not trying to propose that, but I will say I think there is enough room on the site to where you could potentially, if you needed higher capacity, come back with something that breaks it up a little bit more to maybe help with that scale issue. But that said, I think that with the 12th condition that I've added in, I'll unless there's any other friendly amendments.
Commissioner Biggs.
I guess I'm just kind of hung up on the infatuation with the number of pumps a little bit here. Like, I don't think we wouldn't regulate or like dictate points of sale in a store. We wouldn't tell a restaurant how many tables to have if they were serving people inside, and all those things also drive traffic to businesses. So to me, we established it like the last time that we saw this, that, you know, the pumps and the canopy like don't count towards building square footage, so they're complying with the square footage piece, and this is essentially, you know, how many customers they're serving and like their points of sale. So to me, it feels, I don't know, not appropriate for us to be taking such a strong stance in terms of how many points of sale this business has here, and maybe I'm missing something, but you know, I think there are other things that we don't kind of have opinions on that also drive traffic to businesses. And so it feels a little bit strange that we have such strong opinions on the pumps here, but maybe I'm totally missing something.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
I actually, I know it's getting late, but I'd like to agree with Commissioner Biggs on that, and I think what Commissioner Huber was getting at earlier. You know, it outside of it being a subjective kind of standard as far as how many pumps we're going to allow, I think if you want this to be a nice kind of successful operation, I don't think 4 pumps is enough. I had to stop and get gas on my way here today, and I stopped at a similarly situated station, and two of the pumps weren't working, and so the cars were stacked up. It was chaos. there were landscaping trucks and workers parked all over the parking lot because I guess they wanted to go in and get something to eat and whatnot. And I don't see why, again, why we're arbitrarily saying, 4 pumps, eight points of sale. The applicants made a lot of concessions, and it does seem like it's actually better for the project, for the people that are going to use it, to have more pumps. I don't know how many that needs to be or whether we need to make that determination, but I also think in a store like this, you have to consider that if they are going to be thinking about landscaping trailers and boats and whatnot, they're going to need an ethanol-free pump. Well, can they combine that with an existing point of sale, or is that going to be a separate pump? And then, is there diesel that needs to be sold? And so, I don't know. I mean, it looks like a nice project to me. I feel like the neighborhood's concerns have been addressed, and making it so that they can have a few more pumps to ensure that it is a successful store, both for them and for the community, just doesn't seem like a big ask.
Commissioner Browning.
Yes, I completely agree with Commissioner Biggs and Commissioner Anderson and Huber. Hats off to you, Mr. Hunt. I mean, this is a use that is really needed over there on Concord. It's been needed for a long time. I mean, frankly, I think we ought to give him as many pumps as he wants. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, I agree with Huber that, 4 is gonna be it's gonna be a traffic nightmare over there, and it's gonna cause more potential for traffic problems and wrecks than anything else. And I just don't see any problem with giving him a lot more pumps than 4 myself.
Thank you. Commissioner Levinson.
I'm not going to address the pumps, but the islands are issues. Bringing boats in, bringing trailers in, semis. I mean, it's just an accident waiting. And I think that's a bad idea. I don't care whether it's a roll-up or not. People will do the swing out. And a lot of these people who pull these trailers are not very good drivers. I don't know. Do I tow a trailer? Yes, but I do it well. So I think we're picking this apart to a point to it's crazy. I think you need enough pumps in order to succeed, and I think that the way you've designed it is really good. You've accommodated the neighbors. I live there. I mean, I go by it every day, and I think that if you only had those pumps, that it would be a mess. I also, again, reiterate, the islands are a bad idea in a gas station or in a fuel station. Thank you.
Commissioner Midas.
Well, I was hesitant to say something because I know we're running late. I'm going to try to be
Late's
quick.
late. We might as well. What's the difference?
I'm sorry. If this wasn't CN, I would be all for this design. The fact that this is neighborhood commercial and it's a use on review, we really have a lot of discretion to put conditions on this. Commissioner Levinson talking about trucks and boats and everything. I mean, that's what the neighborhood's concerned about. That's why this is a use on review in neighborhood commercial. And limiting the pumps makes a lot of sense, especially because this is butting up to a residential. It's also butting up to the only historic area outside of the city of Knoxville. I mean, it is up to the neighborhoods to want to protect this. And if they can't make money on it, then maybe this isn't the right location. Maybe they need to put their easy stop somewhere else where they could do general commercial and put as many pumps as they want. And then we could approve this like that. So I understand where you're coming from, but my preference in making this decision is to what is going to be best and most cohesive with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Gill.
I'm sorry, final thing. I want to point out that we keep going over the number of pumps and the number of things as though 4 pumps is just dramatically too little. I mean, in my neighborhood, the gas station I visited this morning is in a CN zone. It has exactly 2 pumps and 4 points of sale. It has been there for the 18 years I've been in the area. It is successful. It has been supported by that neighborhood that it's in. It's not impossible for a gas station to exist in harmony with a neighborhood with less points of sale. The broader point, and I have to concur with Commissioner Midas on this, is that, and I said this I think when this came up the first time, is that why didn't we ask to have this not be CN? The point of CN is to be a small, limited impact. The point of that is to do that. And now we're trying to do something that would be better off in a different zone. And we're saying, oh, well, it's not unreasonable for them to have this many pumps. It's, sure, in a different zone, but this is commercial neighborhood.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill. I got a feeling it's going to be a roll call vote before it's all over. All right, Vice Chair Huber, you got a light on? Just ready to vote. Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Browning, would you like to say something?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. All right, and that is to approve the requested fuel station and restaurant subject to 11 conditions, actually to 11 conditions plus a new one, 12 conditions to ensure the proposed use is consistent with development standards for uses permitted on review. And do I need to repeat that 12th one? Or
I think for
okay.
the purpose of the record,
So
it
give
would be
me,
good
give it to
do
me,
that.
Commissioner Higgins. What that 12th condition is?
To include a rollover curb for, what is it, right out.
Okay. So,
Onto Second Avenue.
okay. Got it. Everybody know what we're voting for, right? Okay. Commissioner Perez, are you, okay, all right. Okay, here we go. All in favor of that motion and second, say aye. Any opposed?
No.
Let's call the roll, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Huber,
No.
Commissioner Browning,
No.
Commissioner Levinson, Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Biggs,
No.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Midas, Commissioner Adams,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill.
Maybe? No. Go with a no.
That is 5 yes, 6 no.
On one hand, on the other. Okay, Chair will entertain another motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the requested fueling station restaurant subject to 11 conditions to ensure the proposed use is consistent with the development standards for uses permitted on review, with a revision to number 1 condition, there shall be no more than 7 gas pumps dispensers with no more than 2 points of sale per gas pump.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Is that right, Commissioner Anderson? To approve the requested fuel station and restaurant subject to 12 conditions, 11 conditions, with no more than 7 pumps and 2 points of sale. Is that right? Per pump. Anything else I need to add to that? Okay, you know what we're voting on, right? Commissioner Biggs.
I was going to ask if we could propose adding a 12th condition to at least paint the curb, you know, not have a real one, but a painted one. So
How does engineering look at a painted, you know, I mean, people don't adhere to them typically.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather not have anyone, I don't know if it presents any liability or not, but.
I don't know about liability, but they're going to ignore the painting.
Yeah.
If it's not some sort of raised island, they're not going to adhere to it.
Sometimes they don't adhere to it.
They don't adhere to the raised island, correct?
Yeah.
okay, yeah, trying to make a good faith effort, but if we don't think it's effective, then yeah, don't need to force it in.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Perez?
No, I'm just ready for roll call.
Okay, Commissioner Adams.
Did you, when you read off the motion, did you say 11 pumps or 7?
7.
Okay.
Mr. DeArmond, do you? Okay. All right, we ready to vote?
We are.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Call the roll, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Huber,
Yes.
Commissioner Browning,
Yes.
Commissioner Levinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
No.
Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Biggs,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
No.
Commissioner Midas, Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
That's 6-5.
I had to think for a minute. Wait a minute, I voted no.
Thank you all very, very much for
We are
everything you did
adjourned.
today.
We appreciate your endurance.